Okay, I think we are live now, guys. Can you hear me and see me? Yeah, I think we are live now, guys. I think, can you guys see me and hear me? Just let me know. Hi, everyone who has joined in already. Hi, Aditya. Hi, Vivek. Hi, Rajesh. Hi, Ramya. So good to see a lot of people have already joined, and I'm sure many more would be joining in. So, hi, Rajesh. Rajesh is asking, sir, how many mocks to attempt before CAT 2025? I would say that you have 20 dash cats plus 5 head starts plus 15 sectional marks. That's a total of like equivalent to 40 marks. 40 marks is like I feel that it's a good number. Anything above 30 is good, but 40 is I feel a fairly good number of marks to take before CAT. If you go more than 40, if you like take a mock every other day or every couple of days, I feel then that the mock will have very little value because you are just taking too many mocks without proper analysis or work that has to be done between mocks. If that is not done, then too many mocks also would not be very helpful. So I think 40 is a very good number. So good evening everyone who has joined. How to analyze a mock test effectively? I'll answer that, Ramya. Basically, whenever you are taking a mock test, the thing that you have to think is that in this mock test, I'm going to identify 3-4 areas that I'm going to work on. Between this mock test and the next mock test, I have to just identify those areas and work on them. So how do you identify the areas? Areas where your attempt rate is low, areas where your accuracy is low, areas where the time per question is very high. Any of these things indicate that you are not confident, you do not have enough practice, or you might not even know the concepts of a particular topic. So identify topics where any of these three things is occurring. Say that, okay, I'm doing poorly in this topic, this topic, this topic. Between any two mocks, you have to work on a list, small list of topics. Don't like take 20 topics and try to work on all of them. That will not work. You have to say that I'm going to focus on three things and then focus on three topics which are your weakest or which are basically the ones which are making the least progress in. Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. I see a lot of people have joined in. A small request from my side before we continue. Please, guys, like the stream. It helps us reach more students. It motivates us to do more of these streams. So, guys, please like this stream. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Yasir, PS, Nitin. Good afternoon, Vikas. Good to see all the regulars here. Good afternoon, Sai Kiran, Tanisha, Abanti, Ritika, Vedant, Sanyam. Good afternoon, Surinder, Soumya, Sonima. Good to see all of you guys. Naman, good to see all the regular guys, the serious students. Good to see all of you are there. Mukund, good afternoon and thank you for the wishes. 40 include sectionals, yes, 40 include sectionals. But I want to mention this to a lot of students because I see very few students are actually taking sectionals seriously. See, sectionals are as important as mocks, and I want all of you guys not to leave a single mock or a single sectional. That should be your idea, that I should do all the mocks, all the sectionals. I want you guys to like seriously think that I have to cover everything. I have to do as many of the mocks and sectionals given to me as possible. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are the 4 videos for the 25 most important sets for DILR Cracku sufficient for revision? They are sufficient. There's also a video for specifically for DILR revision. So the video for DILR revision tells the technique. These ones are practice. So first revise the technique, then do the practice. Okay. Ma'am, so far for the month of November, every other day mock shouldn't be done. I would feel that then the importance of mock will be gone. See, a mock you should put a lot of weight behind it. You should put a lot of effort behind every mock. Before every mock, you should put a lot of effort, saying that before a mock, I'll solve 100 questions. Before a mock, I'll solve 150 questions. If you are doing that and still taking mocks every other day, that's fine. But you're not doing the work that is to be done between mocks, then it's not right. I always feel that the mock has value if before the mock there has been a lot of effort towards the mock. If there is no effort before the mock, then the mock has very little value. Okay. Hi, Soumya. Hi. Now I'm able to score 22 to 25 in VA from 15. How to go more further? Aditya, this is very important for the guys who are already at in their 20s and who are looking to improve their score further. And I know a lot of their students are there. I feel that the important thing now is for you guys to improve your attempt rate. See, a lot of people are attempting 3 RCs, some are attempting 2 RCs. this is very, very low. I'll tell you for a fact that many students, when they go for CAT without any preparation also, they attempt all 24 questions. They attempt all 24 questions because they have no like hang-ups about itna hi attempt karna hai or ye nahi karna hai or I won't do this or I won't do that. They end up attempting the entire VA section. Now this is not a good idea when the VA section is tricky or difficult. That would mean that you will get a lot of incorrect answers and you will actually get a lot of negative marking. But it works incredibly well when VA section is easy. So I need you guys to mentally think that if a person without any preparation can get 24 attempt rate, then I can also get to 24. I just need to push myself a bit more. See, a lot of students might not get 24, but I want you to aim for 24. I want you guys to aim for all 4 RCs and all 24 questions in attempt. Only if you actually do all 4 RCs will you hit 40 marks as such. And that's really the difference. The difference between somebody who's scoring in 20s and somebody who's scoring in 40s is attempt rate. So now you have to really push yourself to complete the 4th RC and to do a few VA questions on top of that. Then say that, okay, I'm going to try to do the full VA section as such. I'm not going to leave any question. If you go with that attitude, you will find your score increase. Okay. If you know the basics already, if you understand the basics well enough to reach 20s in VA, the next step, 30s, 40s will come with better attempt rate. Okay, so good to see a lot of people have joined. One small request, guys, who have joined, please, please like the stream. It will help us tremendously. And I want you guys to be prepared to solve a lot of questions. We'll be covering all the concepts of algebra. We'll be solving a lot of questions, but I want you to attempt them. I want you to solve with us because that is the best way for you to learn. If you don't solve with us, it's not going to stick. Okay, so let's get started. I'll keep answering your questions, but let's get started with the topic. Okay, so in this particular session, we'll cover everything of algebra. Algebra, linear equations, special linear equations, quadratic equations, inequalities, algebraic identities, functions, a whole bunch of stuff. So we are covering everything of algebra and this will be like the best revision for it and I want you guys to practice for it also. So let's get started. Okay, so we'll start with, where is the pen? Okay. Okay, so we'll start with linear equations. These are the easiest types. There is nothing much in linear equations. How do you solve linear equations and what are the number of solutions that are possible for linear equations? How do you solve a linear equation? I'm sure most of you already know when it is either 2 variable linear equation or 3 variable linear equation, we just have to eliminate variables as much as possible. So if you are solving say 2 variable linear equation, suppose it is say 3x plus 2y is equal to 7 and say 4x plus y is equal to 6. How do you solve this? You have to basically eliminate one of the 2 variables. How do you eliminate one of the 2 variables? I can try to change the equations in such a way that one of the variables can be cancelled off. I can say that I'll try to remove y. I'll multiply this by 2. If I multiply this by 2, I get 8x plus 2y is equal to 12. From this, I deduct the first equation. So I will say minus of 3x plus 2y equal to minus 7. So here is this becomes minus 3x, this becomes minus 3. Once I remove the once I remove the bracket, it becomes minus 3x and minus 2y. If I add these two together, what will happen? This 2y will cancel with this. This becomes 5x is equal to 5 or x is equal to 1, and if x is equal to 1 we get y is equal to 2. How did we solve this? There is no trickery, no much to learn over here, but the idea is that you have to eliminate one variable. Here we selected that we are going to eliminate y. We lined up the equations in such a way that if I add them up, one of the variable gets cancelled off. So I have 2 over here, I have 1 over here. So I multiplied the second equation by 2 so that when I deduct the first equation from the second equation, y will get cancelled off. This is how you do for 2 variables. The same idea applies for 3 variables also. For 3 variables, what do you do? For 3 variables, you need 3 equations. So if you have 3 equations, that is ax plus by plus cz is equal to, rather than that, let's take a real equation. Let's say x plus 2y plus 4z is equal to say uh, say 4, okay, and you have say 2x minus y plus 3z is equal to say 7, and say 4x plus 2y minus minus z is equal to say this is 5. Okay, suppose these are the three equations with you. Okay, now how do you solve these equations? Basically, you have to try to cancel off. There are three variables. First, you try to cancel off one of the variables. Then you will be ending up with two equations, two variables. Then iteratively do the same thing, that you cancel off first say z, then you cancel off y. So if I want to remove z, how do I do that? I take two equations at a time such that I try to remove one of the variables. I'll try to remove z. I don't like z. So then I'll say that, okay, if I'll take 1 and 3 and 2 and 3. Why 1 and 3 and 2 and 3? Because here I have a variable z without any coefficient. So I don't have to find LCM or anything like that. I can directly like multiply it with either 3 or 4 so that I can nicely cancel it off. So I'll say between 1 and 3, if I take them together, I'll multiply this by 4. So what do I get? I get 16x plus 8y minus 4z is equal to 20, and x plus 2y plus 4z is equal to 4. If I add them up together, I'll get 17x plus 10y. This 4z cancels, is equal to 24. And if I take these two together, I will say that again, I will multiply this third equation by 3. I'll get 12x plus 6y minus 3z is equal to 15. This 2x minus y plus 3z is equal to 7. Add them up together, 3z cancels. I'll get 14x plus 5y is equal to 22. So I get two variables, two equations. I follow the same process. I'll get x, y, z. There isn't much here. It is simple, basically elimination. Elimination of a variable. You eliminate the variable till you get the y values that you require. Now you can see over here that when I had two equations, when I had two variables, I need two equations to solve. When I have three variables, I need three equations to solve. If I have three variables and two equations, I can't make much headway, because from two equations with three variables, I can get one linear equation. One linear equation means that there are infinitely many solutions possible. So what does that mean? That in general, this is not a hard and fast rule. In general, when you have three equations and three variables, you can find the answer. In general, when you have two equations and three variables, you will not be able to find the answer. But there are exceptions to this. This is something which is very important for linear equations that I want you to understand very well. When it comes to linear equations, it is not always the case that you will get an answer just because there are n variables and n equations. For example, consider two variables and two equations. Suppose I have 3x plus 4y is equal to 8, and I have 6x plus 8y is equal to 16. Is this going to give me a unique solution? What do you guys think? Will this give me a unique solution, or this will not give me a unique solution? So this will not give me a unique solution. Not unique. Why? Because if I multiply the second equation by 2, I get the, if I multiply the first equation by 2, I get the second equation. If I multiply this by 2, I get 6x plus 8y is equal to 16, which is the same as the second equation. So essentially, I have been given the same equation. So if there is one equation with two variables, there are infinitely many solutions possible. So here is the basic rule when it comes to these things. The basic rule is that if you have, suppose you have two equations, ax plus by is equal to say c1. So a1x b1y is equal to c1, and a2x plus b2y is equal to c2. Then if a1 by a2 is equal to b1 by b2 is equal to c1 by c2. if this ratio of the coefficients is equal, there are infinitely many solutions. Okay? At the same time, if A1 by A2 is equal to B1 by B2, but it is not equal to C1 by C2, what does this mean? This means that there is no solution. There is no solution as such. But if say A1 by A2 itself is not equal to B1 by B2, then this means that there is a one unique solution. Why is this the case? See, what does A1 by A2, B1 by B2, what does it represent? So if I consider an equation A1x, B1y and A2x, B2y, what is A1, B1? I can write this equation, I can transpose this, I can write this as B1y is equal to minus A1x plus C1, or y is equal to minus A1 by B1 x plus C1, right? So the slope of the line is basically minus A1 by B1. When I say A1 by B1 is equal to A2 by B2, whether I put A1 by A2 or A1 by B1 equal to A2 by B2, by ratios you know that they are equivalent as such. When I say that the ratios are equal, what I mean is that the slope of the line, slope of both equations is same. Now if slope of both equations is same, there are two cases possible, that this equation, this is the line. What is possible is that the second line is coincident on this line. If it is coincident on this line, they are the same line, then we have infinitely many solutions. If the slope is same, but the intercept is off, that is the C1 by C2 ratio is different, that means that the line has the same slope, but it has a different intercept, which means it's a parallel line. Two parallel lines never intersect, which means that there is never a solution. On the other hand, if the slope is not equal, even if the slope is very close to each other but not equal, at some point or the other, these two lines are going to intersect. You can say that these two slopes are close to each other, but they are not equal. So as long as they are not equal, they are going to intersect, and when they intersect, there will be one unique solution. So if you have that the ratio of the coefficients is equal, there are infinitely many solutions. If the first two ratios are equal, the third ratio is not equal, they are parallel lines, there is no solution. And if the first two ratios themselves are not equal, then there is one unique solution. Okay? Ma'am, unique solution should not be equal. Yeah, sorry about that, Sai Kiran. I forgot to put the cross through that. Why is ma'am so aggressive today? Sorry about that, okay? Am I being loud? I have a cold, so that might be the reason why I'm sounding a bit different. But I am not aggressive. Sorry about that, okay? So once this is, if this is understood, let's go to the next one. Okay. So this is a question on this. Maruti is going to take this. Okay.
उसका क्लास देख लो.
There's some questions I didn't answer.
We'll start off with some easy questions. This is an easy question. I think the next few ones are also pretty on the easy side. Slowly as the session progresses, we'll be having some more difficult questions. That is basically the plan. Let's see how many people actually got this correct. If you get the answer, please feel free to message in the chat. I'll give a shout out to everybody who got the question correct. Sayal Malik is saying, sir, ma'am, I'm a new student. I'm preparing. What is the ideal time required to prepare for the exam? I think instead of looking at what is the ideal time, you have to look at what is the time that is there in your hands. You have around 3 months, maybe slightly less than 3 months. So try to make the best use of these remaining 3 months. Also, one last thing I will tell you is watch this session till the end. I think we are going to increase the difficulty level of questions as it goes further. And in the middle, we'll be teaching concepts followed by questions. We have planned it very well. So I'm assuming that this session will be very useful for you. So try to watch it till the end. And definitely please do like the channel also. And like the stream. I was looking at a target of 300 likes before the stream ends. Let us see how many likes we have till now. I think we have 87 likes. We need another 203 likes. So let us get started. This is the likes that are needed. So please do like us. So anyway, let us get started with this. This is a fairly straightforward question. We are told that the average of the 3 consecutive odd numbers and 3 consecutive even numbers is 21. If the highest even number is 16, what is the lowest odd number? So if you look at it, we have 3 even numbers. The highest is 16. The second highest will be 14 and the least will be 12. What is the average of these 3 numbers? The average will be the middle number, which is 14. So this is the average of the even numbers. So the average of the odd numbers will be 7. Because the sum of the averages, sum of the two averages is 21. If the sum of the averages of the even numbers is 14, the sum of the average of the odd numbers is 7. So 7 will be the middle odd number. The largest odd number will be 9 and the smallest odd number will be 5. So the answer for this question is option A. I would also tell you one more thing. When you are given an arithmetic progression, I am assuming all of you know an arithmetic progression. The average of an arithmetic progression is the middle term of the arithmetic progression. So suppose you have say 100 terms in an arithmetic progression. Suppose the first term is 1, the next term is 4, the next term is 7 and so on. If the number of terms is odd, suppose there are 100 and suppose there are 99 terms, then whatever is the middle term, that will be the average of the arithmetic progression. The reason I was actually saying that is because here we are given 3 terms, they are consecutive, they are in an arithmetic progression, so the average is the middle term. So whenever the number of terms is odd, you pick the middle term, that will be the average of the arithmetic progression. If the number of terms is even, suppose instead of 99 terms, you have 100 terms. Then you pick the middle 2 terms, you have some terms over here, you will have some terms over here. Pick the middle 2 terms, that is the 50th and the 51st term, take their average, you will get the average of the AP. For example, in this particular case, suppose you have 12, 14, 16 and 18. Now there are 4 terms. What is the average of this series? These 2 are the middle terms. The average of these 2, which is 15, will be the average of these 4 terms. This is a trick that I would use so that you can answer these kind of questions quickly. Anyway, the answer for this question is option A, which is 5. This is a fairly simple and straightforward question. I think the next couple of questions are also on the easier side. Let us look at the next question. This I think is a very simple question, but I would want you to solve it. Many people also asked us a couple of things. The first thing that I would want to discuss about is the formula PDF. We have one excellent PDF where we discuss all the important formulas for CAT. All the formulas that you need for CAT, we have compiled one PDF and it is available completely for free. The link to download it is given in the description of this video, or you can just Google search Cracku formula PDF. And you will get it. Or just check out the description of this video. I would recommend you to download it, keep it and go through the formulas regularly. If you are going through the formulas regularly, you will remember the formulas very well. And this is a very useful PDF, which will be very helpful for you. The second thing I want to talk to you about is with respect to exam anxiety. There are many people, whenever I talk to any student, especially now that the CAT notification is out and the last date for submitting the notification also is out, many people tell me that they're facing a lot of anxiety with respect to the examination, and it is affecting how they prepare, and it is affecting their mental health. Based on that, I made a video yesterday where I discussed my own personal issues with respect to anxiety when I was going through this startup. I also gave 5 tips about how you can deal with the exam anxiety better. I would recommend you to definitely check it out. I think it will be a video which will be useful for you. Okay, let us try to answer this question, guys. This also is a fairly simple and straightforward question. This is basically because we were just discussing about linear equations and how to solve the equations. I included this question because I thought people will feel more comfortable about what an equation is. So for example, if you are having 3x plus 4y and you are given its value which is equal to 10, and you are also told that minus x plus 2y is equal to 0. If you are trying to solve these two equations, you want to make the coefficient of either x or y to be the same. If the coefficients are the same, we can solve it very quickly. So I would multiply this equation with 2 so that the coefficient of y becomes 4. So if I'm multiplying the second equation with 2, I'm getting minus 2x plus 4y is equal to 0. So from this equation, if I subtract this equation, what am I going to get? I'm going to get 3x minus of minus 2x, which is 5x, is equal to 10. Or the value of x is 2. If the value of x is 2, we can calculate the value of y. We can substitute it in any one of the two equations. If I substitute it over here, I will get 2y is equal to 2, or the value of y is equal to 1. So the value of a is 2, the value of b is 1. So the value of a plus b is 2 plus 1, which is equal to 3, which is option C. Okay guys, let me look at the next question. Hello sir, I have math background. How will I do better? Is there any sectional test available? Yeah, there are sectional tests, man. I would also recommend students to take the sectional tests. Sectional tests help us in improving in any particular question. Yeah, this I think is a standard CAT level question. I hope that you actually get it correct. This I would say is a good question. And if you got this correct, please do let me know in the chat. I will give you a shout out. Yes, sir. Arafat is saying, I saw the video that you posted yesterday regarding anxiety. It was very helpful, sir. Thanks a lot, yes, sir. Vaibhav Kumar is saying, sir, when should we use study material? I think the study material, the books that we send, have a very good collection of questions. The questions are also divided into 3 difficulty levels, level of difficulty 1, level of difficulty 2, and level of difficulty 3. So once you are completing any particular concept, go through those books and try to answer questions from those books. Anisha, sir, I'm scoring the least in QA and mocks. How to increase my timing? I've realized that my main issue is taking more time and sometimes I get frozen on seeing a new question. Anisha, I answer this question pretty regularly. Many people ask me this question. So I'll tell you also what I tell those students. Basically, between 2 mocks, say you're taking one mock every weekend. Between 2 mocks, you have to solve a lot of questions in between mocks. When you solve a lot of questions between mocks, then your score in mocks will improve. If you are just watching videos or if you are watching somebody else solve a question, I don't think you will gain the confidence which will help you or which will translate into better score in the mocks. For you to improve your scores in mocks, you have to solve a lot of questions between these mocks. Yeah, Akshat, Akriti, Venkat Saikiran, many of these guys have gotten the correct answer, which is D. Also, do let me know what, how many possibilities are there, how many solutions are there for it, and how did you actually progress in getting that answer. Then I would be very happy. Sir, what are the important topics in modern maths? Wanted to keep revising arithmetic, algebra, geometry while still knowing enough to solve basic modern maths. Modern maths is basically something which is like fuzzy. There is no clear definition of what is part of modern maths. But I would maybe join modern maths and algebra. I'll tell you what are the important things. Algebra we all know is quadratic equations, inequalities, linear equations. In addition to it, you should solve functions. You should have an idea of permutations, combinations. You should have an idea of number systems, logarithms. I think these are more or less the things that are part of modern maths. Many people are saying infinitely many solutions. No. Infinitely many solutions are not possible. I think Akkoja Venkat Sai Kiran is correct. There are only two possible solutions for this. Two variables, three. No. There are two solutions for this, not infinite solutions. Okay, let us get started. Let us see what is given to us. In an examination containing 100 questions, a student gets 1 mark for the right answer. He loses 1/3 mark for a wrong answer and 1/4 of a mark for unattempted answer. A student scores 80 marks in the examination. How many questions did he answer wrong? So let us assume that he got A questions right, he got B questions wrong, and he got C questions unattempted. That is, he did not attempt C questions. Now, what is the value of A plus B plus C? A plus B plus C is equal to 100. This is the total number of questions that are there in the test. A plus B plus C is 100. Now, how many marks did he get? For the A questions that he got correct, he will get A marks. For the B questions he got wrong, he will lose B by 3 marks. For the C questions he got wrong, he will lose C by 4 marks. So, A minus B by 3 minus C by 4 is equal to the total marks that he gets, which is given to us, it is equal to 80. Here we are told that he scores 80 marks. Now we have two equations and three unknowns. Let us multiply this equation with 12 so that all the fractions go away. So we have 12a minus 4b minus 3c is equal to 960. This is one equation and the other equation is this one. This is the second equation. Many of you are saying that, okay, we have two variables, we have two equations and three variables, we can't solve it. That is true. We have only two equations and we have three variables. But we also have additional information. The additional information is that A, B and C are whole numbers. The number of questions that he got right is definitely an integer. He would either get 0 questions right or 1 question right or 2 questions right. He won't get 1.5 question right. Similarly, the number of questions he got wrong also is an integer. It is either 0 or 1 or 2 or ... Similarly, number of unattempted questions also is an integer. This is an additional information that you have. A, B and C cannot be fractions. So that is the additional information that we have, because of which the number of solutions for this is not infinite. If the number of solutions for this is exactly 1, we can actually say that this is the only integer solution for it. But unless you can figure out what are the integer solutions, we can't say whether this has 0 solution or 1 solution or infinite solutions. For that, let us simplify this. Let us eliminate one of the variables, which is always what we should do. When you are given two equations and three variables, what you should try to do is eliminate one variable. Here, let us try to eliminate, say, C. We can eliminate any one of the three variables. I'll try to eliminate C. So C is equal to 100 minus A minus B. If I put that in this equation, the value that C is 100 minus A minus B. This will be 12A minus 4B minus 3C. So this is minus 300 plus 3A plus 3B is equal to 960. Or the value of 15A is equal to 1260 plus B. This is the equation that we have. How many solutions are there for A and B? One thing you will notice is that the left hand side is a multiple of 15. 1260 is also a multiple of 15. So B itself has to be a multiple of 15. And as B increases, the value of A also increases. The smallest possible value that B can take is 0. So if you make B to be 0, the value of A will be 1260 divided by 15. What is 1260 divided by 15? It is 84. And the value of C, because A plus B plus C is 100, the value of C will be 16. The next value that B can take is 15. Why is that the case? Because This is a multiple of 15. 1260 is also a multiple of 15. If b is not a multiple of 15, the value of a will not be an integer. This is what we discussed earlier. A, b and c can only be integers. And in this particular case, b has to be a multiple of 15. So if b is 15, a will be 1275 divided by 15, which will be 85. And the value of c is equal to 0. The next value that b can take is 30. But you will notice that if b is 30, the value of a will continue to increase. If b becomes 30, a will be 86. And the value of c will be minus 16. Clearly, c cannot be minus 16. C has to be a whole number. You can't say that the number of questions he did not attempt is minus 16. The number of questions that are left unattempted has to be greater than or equal to 0. So there are two possibilities. These are the two possibilities that are there for A, B and C. We are asked to calculate the number of questions that he got wrong. That is, we are required to calculate the value of B. The value of B is either 0 or 15. These are the only two possibilities. If you are looking at the option, 0 is given, but it can even be 15. So the correct answer has to be cannot be determined. Let me look at the chat and we'll go to the next question. Yes, C has two solutions. Yeah, there are two solutions possible, which is what I think most people got correct. Very good, man. Very well done. This again is an easy question. I hope many of you actually get it correct. Guys, we have 150 people who are watching the stream live and only 113 likes. I need 187 more likes before the stream ends. Please do like the stream. Sayali is taking a verbal sectional attempt. It is a live attempt. She hasn't seen the sectional before. The attempt will be taken on Tuesday at 8 o'clock in the evening. I would recommend all of you to attempt that verbal sectional so that you can compare how you have done and how Sayali has done. You will also get a good understanding of how she attempts the verbal sections. And that I think will be very, very useful for you. The strategy that she uses, what mindset she has, all of these I think will be extremely useful. So I would definitely recommend you to take the verbal sectional before Tuesday. I would recommend you to actually take it either today evening or tomorrow when you have free time. Shaurya is saying, I enrolled to the CAT 2025 course. I'm studying 6 to 7 hours and I am giving half the time for solving questions for most of, but I can't solve most in practice. What should I do to improve? Is this normal? I would say this is normal and I would actually commend you on trying to solve questions. Like I tell many people, this is the time for you to solve as many questions as you can. I have a lot of belief in the fact that if you solve questions, you'll gain confidence. If you just watch a concept video, you will not gain that confidence. So even if you're struggling to solve questions, attempting to solve itself, I think is a big deal. And this is just the start, so don't worry about it. Try to solve questions. That I think is very, very important. Even if you are struggling at the start, that should be okay. Don't worry. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to solve this. Here we are told that there is a line which is x plus y is equal to 19. How many points are there with integral points in the first quadrant? So what exactly is first quadrant? You have two axes. This is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. The point at which both of them meet, this is called the origin. And the coordinates of origin is 0, 0. Now when these two axes are there, they divide the entire graph into say 4 quadrants. This is the first quadrant. This is the second quadrant. This is the third quadrant. And this is the fourth quadrant. There are 4 quadrants that are there. In the first quadrant, x and y, both of them are greater than 0. In the second quadrant, x is less than 0, but y is greater than 0. In the third quadrant, x is less than 0, y is less than 0. Both of them are negative. In the fourth quadrant, x is greater than 0 and y is less than 0. We are required to calculate how many integral values are there such that both x as well as y are greater than 0. That is what we are asked. And we are told that x plus y is 19. For that, we can just use trial and error. You have x plus y is 19. The value that x can take is 1, in which case y will be 18. Or x can be 2, in which case y is 17. And continue that path till x is equal to 18. Then the value of y is equal to 1. So the total number of solutions is 18. So the answer for this question is option B, which is 18. This is not a difficult question. This is a fairly simple question. But you should have an understanding of what is the first quadrant, what is the second quadrant, and so on. Okay, let us look at the next question, guys. This question will be answered by Sayali. I have just started the timer.
Are you seeing here this I thought you were supposed to go. Okay, so this is the question and I want you guys all to try it and try to solve this question. This is slightly different because our usual methods of like eliminating variables etc. is not the way to approach this because slightly different method, different setup as such. The setup is different but the method remains the same. You have to try to eliminate variables. So try to do the same thing so that you get an equation with A, B and C. Okay, Samir is asking, I am solving all PYQs of DILR topic wise or B, do them as part of previous year's papers as mock since I am giving PYPs consistently. I don't want to get false confidence by attempting them again as mock. Currently shown in the range of 70 to 80 marks in dash cats. What according to is best? Samir, you're doing well in dash cats. Now in PYQs, previous year's papers, I would say that first attempt it as a mock because when you attempt it as a mock, you will get a true idea of how you would do in a exam scenario because DILR, especially when it is with the timer pressure or without the timer pressure, there's a daylight difference. So I would say that whenever you are trying to attempt the previous year paper, the first go through should always be in the mock format. After the first attempt is done, then you can choose that, okay, now I will go and see all the questions that I didn't attempt properly and I'll do that as practice. You can download a PDF and then do all the questions which you didn't attempt, or you can basically attempt them as individual questions also. But first attempt should always be in a mock format because that gives you the truest picture. That gives you the correct picture, especially when it comes to DILR because DILR with timer is very, very different from DILR without timer. Okay, D. A lot of people are saying D. So Sai Kiran was the first with that and try to do videos on DILR sets. We'll be doing that, don't worry about that. Akshat and Vikas, Sonima, Akriti, quite a lot of people are saying D. So let's take a look at the answers. Let's take a look at how to answer this one. See over here what we are given is that we are not given any constant value. We are given A, B, C instead of the constant value. The question is which condition will A, B, C satisfy if the set of equations 3x plus 4y plus z equal to A, 2x plus 6y plus 4z equal to B and x minus y minus 2z equal to C has at least one solution. So we know it has at least one solution. Also A plus B plus C is not equal to 0. Now if this is given, what are all the options in? They are not in the form of ratios, they are in the form of linear equations. So the way we can get something which is in the form of linear equations through the linear equations given above is that if we manipulate them in such a way that we eliminate x, y and z. We have to eliminate all three of them such that we'll end up with an equation of just ABC. That is the end result or the last equation that we need. So let's see how we can eliminate the variables x, y and z such that we get an equation only in A, B and C. So let's take a look at it. The equations given to us are 3x plus 4y plus z is equal to A, 2x plus 6y plus 4z equal to B, and x minus y minus 2z equal to C. I don't know what will work. I don't know which combination of equations will help me remove x, y, z, but I will try all combinations. 3C2 is 3 equations, right? 3 combinations. I'll consider all 3 combinations and see whether I can eliminate all variables in one go. So consider these 2 equations at a time. So I will first try to eliminate z. So if I try to eliminate z, I will multiply this by 4. I'll say 12x plus 16y plus 4z is equal to 4a, and minus 2x minus 6y minus 4z is equal to minus b. This if I add up, I get 10x plus 10y. This cancels, is equal to 4a minus b. This is the first result that I get. I can say that I can group this together. I can say 10 times x plus y is equal to 4a minus b. Okay. This is when I group the first 2 equations together. What if I group the first and the third equation together? If I group the first and the third equation together, we have, I'll multiply now this by 2 so that I can cancel off z again. Every time I basically try to first cancel off z. So first and third, I'll multiply the first equation by 2 so that I can cancel off z. So in that case, I get 6x plus 8y plus 2z is equal to a, and here you have x minus y minus 2z is equal to c. If I add them together, I get 7x plus 7y. This cancels. I get a plus c. Right? Sorry, a plus c. I have a plus 4a minus b. So this is what I have gotten till now. If I combine the first and the second, I get 10 times x plus y is 4a minus b. If I combine this with this, I get 7x plus 7y and z cancels is equal to, this would be a plus c. Again, I get over here, if you see in the left hand side, I am getting 7 times x plus y. I am here also it is x plus y, here also it is x plus y. Can I use that to my advantage? Can I use it to directly remove all x, y, z variables? I can do that. So I can say that through this I can say that x plus y is equal to 4a minus b by 10. And similarly, x plus y, over here I can say x plus y is equal to a plus c by 7. Right? So I have x plus y in both cases on the left hand side. I have some equation in a, b and c on the right hand side. This is exactly what I want. I wanted to remove x, y and z. Now if I equate the right hand side of both equations, I get an equation purely in a, b, c. So I can then say that 4a minus b by 10 is equal to a plus c by 7. So what do I get? Cross multiply. So this is, how much do I get? 28a minus 7b is equal to 10a plus 10c. So I get, if I take a over here, did I make some mistakes over somewhere? Oh, I get 7, instead of 8, I get 18. For somewhere I must have made a mistake. If I multiply this by 4, yeah, this is 2a, sorry. This is 2a. This is where I made a mistake. So this is 2a plus c. Okay. So 2a plus c by 7. This is 2a plus c by 7. So this is 20a. So if I take a this side, I get 8a is equal to 7b plus c, 10c. So I get an equation. Is there any one which matches this particular expression? I get option D, which matches this exactly. I was not getting this exactly. I realized I must have made some mess somewhere. I had made a mess while solving the second pair of equations. where I was multiplying it by 2, I didn't multiply the right hand side by 2, so it gave me a slightly off answer, but I could easily figure out that everything else is matching other than A's coefficient, which means that there is the error that would have taken place. So basically in these kind of questions, when you're asked, okay, that 3 equations are given in one set of variables, x, y, z, instead of giving constants on the right hand side, you're given some other variables, and you have to find the relationship between those other variables. Try to combine the equations in such a way that you are able to eliminate x, y, z entirely. That was what our objective was, eliminate x, y, z. So we get variables equations in the other 3 variables itself. Okay. Yeah, it will be 2a. Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's go to the next part, which is special linear equations. Okay, guys who have not taken free CATs yet, who have not taken the previous year's mocks yet, please take it. In fact, somebody was asking that, is it 40? It is actually 43 if you consider the 3 free mock CATs which are there. So take the 3 free mock CATs. Please take the previous year paper. All of these are completely free. Particularly for all the students who have not taken previous year's papers yet, please take them, and take them preferably in the mock format. It would be invaluable information. See, again, a lot of people are right now very underconfident, or they are like full of doubt. If you take the previous year's papers in mock format and you reach above the cutoff, you will be sure in your head that you're close to the goal. Even if you're slightly below the cutoff format, you know that, okay, I'm close, but I'm not quite there, but I'm pretty close. This will give you a lot of confidence in your preparation. So guys, please take them, and please take them in the CAT format, in the mock format. Why ABC sum is not equal to 0? Why will ABC sum? Why is that condition given? See, that condition is basically given because I think it is to show when you're dividing by 10, and when your x plus y is equal to this by 7 and this by 10, there you're kind of assuming that that those values, when you're dividing, they are not divide by 0 kind of conditions. Otherwise, it might lead to a divide by 0 kind of condition. I don't think it was needed here, but in some cases, you can argue that it would be like a divide by 0 kind of condition, and that's why it has been put. But what can we do if by can we do it by eliminating x instead of eliminating z? Yes, that would be possible. See, your objective is to try multiple ways and try to find a way in which all 3 get eliminated. So if you don't find it by eliminating z, try doing it by eliminating x. If it doesn't work, try eliminating y. The idea should be that you try all combinations, because one combination will work. And if that one combination works, then you will get to the answer. Okay. What's a good percentile in my mock? In mocks, if the target is above 99 percentile, currently getting is 99. I'm not getting the number. 90 percentile is 99 realistic. Yeah, it is realistic. See, I'll tell you, a lot of people, when they take mocks, the sincere students are taking mocks. So because the sincere students are taking mocks, the percentile is slightly lower than you will get in the actual exam. Because in the actual exam, there will be a lot of students who are taking without any preparation. So you will definitely do better than those students, and your percentile will actually rise accordingly. Okay. 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 So let's go to the next one. Okay, this is one of those topics which is like part of linear equations. See, linear equations directly will rarely be asked. What will generally come is linear equations with some other topic. Now, it's an important topic. I'm not saying that it's not important, but rarely would it be like it's a simple direct linear equation question. But this comes very often. This is a nice topic, very conceptual topic, and it comes very, very often. So that is why we have to pay special attention to these special linear equations. What are special linear equations? See, special linear equations are equations where you will have 2 equations with 3 variables, and still you can find some form of answer. You might not find all the variable values, but you will find the answer, specific answer that is being asked for. So what exactly does that mean? See, if I am trying to find, if it is given that x plus 4y plus 7z is equal to say 30, and say 3x plus 5y plus 7z is say 34. So you can say, okay, these are two equations with 3 variables. We cannot possibly find the answer with just two equations with three variables, and that you would be right. Okay, you cannot find the value of x, y and z using this, but you can find sub answers. You can find certain smaller answers as such. You can find probably like maybe the sum of all variables, what is x plus y plus z, or you can possibly find what is y plus 2z. So some subunit of the answers you can find, even if you can't find the all x, y, z, with just two equations and three variables, sometimes it is possible to find the answer that you're looking for. So these are called special linear equations, where having fewer equations also you are going to be able to answer the entire question. This is basically if you are asked that, if this is the equation and you are asked that what is say x plus y plus z, you are asked to find this. Okay, what is x plus y plus z? Now you might say that how do I find x plus y plus z? It has not been given. So what I do in such equations is that I say that multiply the first equation by m, second equation by n, and after multiplying the first equation by m, I'll say that when whatever is this coefficient of x, this is 1x, right? So 1 into m plus this coefficient 3 into n, I should combine these two should combine in such a way that they should be the coefficient of the value that I desire. So here the coefficient is 1. So 1m plus 3n should be equal to 1. Similarly, 4m plus 5n should also be equal to 1. Now I am getting, what am I getting? I am getting an equation, two equations, two variables. Can I solve this and find the value of m and n? So how do I solve this? I multiply this by 4. I get 4m plus 12n is equal to 4 minus 4m plus minus 5n is equal to 1. So I will get n is equal to 7n is equal to 3. So n is equal to 3 by 7. If n is equal to 3 by 7, then you can say m plus 3 by 7 is equal to, m plus 3 by 7 into 3 is equal to 1. So m will be equal to how much? M will be equal to, this is 9 by 7, 1 minus 9 by 7 is minus 2 by 7. So multiplying the second equation by 3 by 7, first equation by minus 2 by 7. That's slightly odd. Instead of multiplying by 3 by 7 and minus 2 by 7, because the denominators in both cases are the same, I'll say that let's multiply this by 3 and multiply this by minus 2. Why am I doing that? Because when I combine them, I find that I'll get 7x plus 7y plus 7z. That is my objective. And if I get that 7x plus 7y plus 7z, then I'll get x plus y plus z. So again, how did I find the multiplier? I said that whatever is this multiplier, this into this plus this into this should be my desired coefficient. This into this plus this into this should be my desired coefficient of y. This to be consistent, the desired coefficient of z should also give you the same answer. To check whether it gives you the same answer, let's actually multiply by minus 2 and multiply by 3 to see whether we get a consistent value or not. So when I multiply by minus 2 and when I multiply by 3, what do I get? When I multiply this by minus 2 and when I multiply this by 3, I get this is minus 2x minus 8y minus 14z is equal to minus 60, right? And multiply this by 3, I get 9x plus 15y plus 21z is equal to how much? 90 plus 12, 102. Okay. So if I add both of these together, what do I get? I get 7x plus 7y plus 7z is equal to 100 minus 102 minus 60, which is 42. So what would be x plus y plus z in this case? 42 divided by 7, which is 6. A lot of people solve these by trial and error. They try to figure out what would be the multiplier such that I get an x, y, z. In general, I know the method that works best and works in all cases, which is not trial and error, is that you say that multiply the equation 1 by m, multiply the equation 2 by n, and the coefficients I'll write in general form. So the general equation should be that when you have two equations, okay, if you have two equations a1x plus b1y plus c1z, this is some constant, say capital A, and this is say a2x plus b2y plus C2Z, and this is equal to B. Now you have just been given two equations with three variables and you are asked some particular combination of them. Suppose you are asked what is A3x plus B3y plus C3z. What is this? How do I find this out? I'd be like, okay, I have only two equations, three variables. How would I find it out? So the method is that you multiply the first equation by m, multiply the second equation by n. Then you say that a1 times m plus a2 times n should give me a3. So I get one equation, a1m plus a2n is a3. Similarly, b1m plus b2n, this should give me b3. I'll solve this, I'll get the values of m and n. Now I get the multipliers. Once I have the multipliers, I'll multiply each individual equation. I combine them. If I get a3, b3, but not c3, that means that special linear equation is not possible. I will then say cannot be determined because they cannot be combined in such a way that I can get this particular answer. But suppose I get a3, b3 and c3, then I'll have my final answer also. So in such cases, basically what you have to do is you have to find the values of m and n, the multipliers of the equation, such that when multiplied together and combined, you get the desired equation. This is what is special linear equations. There is nothing much to it. I want you to learn this method and use it every single time. Okay. So I'll give you one question and Maruti will help you with it. Difference in variable is same. Happens in time and work question sometimes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So I'll give you the next question and I want you to attempt this. It's simple example of special linear equations. I want all of you guys to solve it.
This is a fairly simple, straightforward one. I think many of you should get it correct. Harjan is asking, ma'am, which VRC mock will you give on Tuesday? We'll be posting the link for that in the description of this video, or it will be there in the chat. You can check it out. Yeah, I think Kovid, Akshat, Sonima, Samyukta, all of you got it correct. Very good. Sir, in dashcards, please keep starting the overall accuracy of questions. Okay, I'll discuss with my team and let you know. Vikas Chaudhary, Ritika Sinha, Hemant, all of you got it correct. Very well done, guys. This is a fairly straightforward question, so I hope to see more people get it correct. Sanyam, Hemant Chauhan, all of you got it correct. If anybody can post the explanation also quickly, because we still have around 30 seconds before I explain the question, that will be great. Okay, we have 159 likes. We need 141 more likes to hit our target of 300 likes. So guys, please do like the stream if you have just joined. Okay, the time is up. Let us start solving this question. So basically what we are told is we are given a following set of equations, determine the value of x plus y plus z. Like many of you are wondering, there are only two equations and three unknowns. So if there are two equations and three unknowns, we can't find the value of x, y and z unless some additional information is given. Additional information like say x is an integer, y is an integer, z is an integer, or they are positive numbers or they are real numbers, something like that additionally has to be given for us to actually solve it. In this particular case, no such information is given, so we can't calculate the value of x, y and z independently. But some of the variations can be calculated. For example, here we are asked to calculate the value of x plus y plus z. That can be calculated in this particular case. And I'll tell you a trick which you can use to solve these kind of questions quickly, which will work some of the times. What is the trick? If you're looking at the coefficients of x, y and z in the first equation, it is 4, 7 and 10. That is 7 minus 4 is 3, 10 minus 7 is 3. All of them are in a series in an arithmetic progression where the common difference is 3. So multiply the second equation with 3. Similarly, even in the second expression, even in the second equation, the coefficients are in an arithmetic progression. We have 5, 9 and 13. 5 plus 4 is 9, 9 plus 4 is 13. So again, they are in a arithmetic progression where the common difference now is 4. So multiply the first equation with 4. If the coefficients are in arithmetic progression, find out the common difference and just interchange the common differences. So here we are multiplying it with 3 and here we are multiplying it with 4. So what are you going to get in the first equation? It is 4x plus 7y plus 10z. This is equal to 11. The second equation is 5x plus 9y plus 13z is equal to 10. We are multiplying the first equation with 3. No, we are multiplying the first equation. Okay, I think the eraser is not working. Anyway, multiply the first equation with 4 and the second equation with 3. So what are you going to get? The first equation becomes 16x plus 28y plus 40z is equal to 44. When you're multiplying the second equation with 3, we are going to get 15x plus 27y plus 39z is equal to 30. Now you subtract one equation from the other. We are going to get x plus y plus z is equal to 14. So the answer for this question is option C. Remember that this trick will work only if the coefficients are in an arithmetic progression in the first equation as well as in the second equation. Only then will this trick work. Let us look at the next question. In this question, the coefficients are not in an arithmetic progression. So let us try to see how to solve it. Yeah, not verified is saying, sir, can you show us the regular method just in case? Yeah, this will have the regular method. The earlier one is just a shortcut which works in some cases. This is how you can, when I explain this method, you will understand how to solve all sorts of these kind of questions. Anisha, can you please post the link of that VRC sectional which ma'am is attempting? Okay, I'll ask my team to post it. PSC saying, can this also be solved by M and N method also? Yes, that can be solved. Every question can be solved. Every question of this sort can be solved with that. That is the original method. The method that I showed earlier is just a shortcut which will work if the coefficients are in an arithmetic progression. Jashwant Reddy, in Dash CAT, can we introduce a feature like percentile predictor? Post mock attempt, if I get a few questions correct, I just want to check what would be my percentile if I got them correct in the exam. Interesting thought, Jashwant. Let me discuss with my team and I'll get back to you. It is an interesting question, that much is there. Rook is saying, will the recording of this session be available? Yeah, it will be available on YouTube. We will be leaving this stream on YouTube. You can check it out in the lives that we have done. It will be there after the session is over. Many people got this correct. Many people are saying they got 82. Let me give the names of some of them. Mukund Daga, Vikas Chaudhary, Aditya Ingole, Narayan, Samyukta, Sambit Kumar Panda, Sonima Dwivedi, Akoju Venkata Kiran, Aitya Deshmukh, Ritika, Nitin Chanakya Gunam, Akriti Agarwal, Kartik Raja, Shreyas, Mahesh, Sanyam, yes sir, Akshat, Nayan Rao. Guys, if you can give the explanation also, that will be fantastic. We have posted the link for the verbal sectional that Sahil will be taking on Tuesday. Please do take it, bookmark that link as of now and take it after this session is over. Try to take it either today or tomorrow. Sahili will attempt it live on Tuesday. I would recommend you to actually watch it, watch her attempt. I think it will be fun and it will also be very informative. Okay, let us start this question. Here we are told that 5 pens, 6 erasers and 4 pens together cost 86. 4 pencils, 2 erasers and 7 pens together cost 90. What is the price of 6 pencils, 10 erasers and 1 pen? So let us assume that the cost of a pencil is A. The cost of an eraser is B. And the cost of a pen is C. Now, what is the cost of 5 pencils, 6 erasers and 4 pens? 5 pencils will be 5A. 6 erasers will be 6B. And 4 pens will be 4C. This is equal to 86. 4 pencils will be 4A. 2 erasers is 2B. And 7 pens is 7C. This is equal to 90. These are the two equations that we are given. And what are we asked to calculate? We are asked to calculate the price of 6 pens, that is 6A, 10 erasers, that is 10B, and 1 pen. This is equal to what? This is what we are told. In this kind of a question, when you are given two equations and there are 3 variables, and you are asked to calculate the value of another expression, sometimes you can calculate it. Sometimes you can't calculate it. In this particular case, to figure out whether we can calculate it or not, let us assume that we are multiplying the first equation with m and we are multiplying the second equation with n. And after that, you are adding both of them. Then what will be the coefficient of A? The coefficient of A will be 5m plus 4n. What is the coefficient of B? Coefficient of B will be 6m plus 2n. And what is the coefficient of C? The coefficient of C is 4m plus 7n. This has to equal 86m plus 90n. But what is the value of m and n? To figure out the value of m and n, we will equate 5m plus 4n to this 6. This is what we are required to calculate. And we will equate 6m plus 7n, 6m plus 2n to 10. And we'll solve for it, we'll find out the value of m and n. Once we get the value of m and n, if you substitute the value of m and n, the coefficient of A will be 6. The coefficient of B will be 10. And the coefficient of C, which is 4m plus 7n, this has to equal 1. If it is equal to 1, then we can calculate the value of this expression. If it is not equal to 1, when we are getting the value of m and n, and we calculate what is the value of 4m plus 7n, if that is not equal to 1, we can't calculate the value of that expression. But if it is equal to 1, then the value of that expression will be 86m plus 90n. That is basically the strategy. So let us do that. 5m plus 4n is equal to 6 and 6m plus 2n, which is the coefficient of B, this has to equal 10. Let us solve both of these equations. So we'll multiply this equation with 2. We are going to get 12m plus 4n is equal to 20. If you substitute this equation from this equation, we are going to get 7m is equal to 14, or the value of m is equal to 2. If the value of m is equal to 2, you can substitute the value of m in any one of the two equations. The value of n will be minus 1. So m is 2 and n is minus 1. If you substitute it in this equation, 5m plus 4n will be 6a. 6m plus 2n will be 10b. Now is the moment of truth. What will the coefficient of C be? The coefficient of C is 4m plus 7n. 4m plus 7n will be 1c. This is what we wanted. The coefficient of C over here has to be 1. So we can calculate the value of this expression and it will equal 86m plus 90n, which is 86 into 2 minus 90, which is 172 minus 90, which is equal to 82. So the answer for this question is option A. I hope this was understood by most of you. Let us now look at the next question. Dimple sir, can you repeat the case by which we'll know that this is not a special linear equation? Basically what we need is, we need to figure out the value of m and n, that is what number we have to multiply the first equation and what number we have to multiply the second equation to get the third equation that we need to calculate. Mukunda Singh sir, will you be doing a QA live attempt too? Good question. Yes, I'll be doing it, but I'll be doing it 1 week later. I think next week Sayali is doing. I'll be doing a QA sectional the week after that, maybe on a Monday. Yes sir, Arafat. Sir, what to do if the coefficient of C is not matching? Then it is coming that it cannot be determined. You're absolutely correct, yes sir. We calculate the value of m, we calculate the value of n, such that the coefficient of A and B are matching. If we substitute the value of m and n and the coefficient of C is not matching, then the value of that expression cannot be determined. That is the answer. You can't say that there will be some other way we can calculate the value of C. No. If the value of the coefficient of A and the coefficient of B are matching, but the coefficient of C is not matching, then that expression cannot be determined. Ayati Mulane and LRDA live attempt to maybe 1 week later, after that we will see. But first, Sahil is doing the verbal section attempt this week, coming Tuesday. I will be doing the QA section attempt on the upcoming Monday, the Monday after day after tomorrow, and LRDA we will see after that. We have 173 likes, guys. We need 127 more likes. Please do like the stream. I want to get to 300 likes before the stream ends. This is the target for this stream. One other thing I wanted to tell you is, many students ask me how to prepare for CAT 2026. Now guys, CAT 2026 is 1 year away. I would say that if you are looking for CAT 2026 but you are eligible for CAT 2025, I would recommend you to fill in the registration form and take CAT 2025 also. Even if it doesn't go very well, that is fine. You will get a starting point to your preparation for CAT 2026. So that would be my first advice. Anybody who is attempting CAT 2026 but is eligible for CAT 2025, definitely fill it. Definitely fill the form. Don't worry about what percentile you will get and all. Don't worry about that fear of failure. Take the examination, you will benefit quite a lot. You will have a benchmark and you can start your preparation based on it. That is the first thing I would tell you. The second thing is, anybody who is looking for either CAT 2026 courses or CAT 2025 courses, you can contact us on our support number. We have a support number. You can contact us there. It is 6303 239 042. Or you can just send us a mail at support@cracku.in and we will get back to you. Anybody who is looking for CAT 2026 courses or CAT 2025 courses, you can contact us in these two ways. Okay, let us solve this question. In how many ways can you pay rupees 100 if you have only rupees 2, rupees 5 and rupees 10 coins with you? This is an interesting question. I think there are many things that you can learn from this question. So let us assume that the number of 2 rupee coins is A. The number of 5 rupee coins is B. And the number of 10 rupee coins is say C. Then what is the total amount that is paid? The total amount that is paid is 2A plus 5B plus 10C is equal to 100. Because you want to pay exactly rupees 100. Now how many solutions are there for this? Now one way to solve it is by doing trial and error. But normally what I try to do is, I try to decrease the values of the coefficients of A, B and C as well as the right term. How do I do it? I try to see the coefficients right now. If you look at the coefficients, the right hand side 100 is even. 10 is even. 2 is even. 5 is odd, but what can you say about B? This is an even number, this is an even number. If you're adding both of them, you're getting another even number. So this number has to be even. If 5B is odd, the left hand side will be odd and the right hand side is even. So if 5B is even, B has to be even. So let us assume that B is 2 times B1 for another number B1. So this equation becomes equal to 2A plus 5 into 2B1, which is 10B1 plus 10C is equal to 100. Let us divide this equation with 2. So we are going to get A plus 5B1 plus 5C is equal to 50. Now this is a multiple of 5. 5C is a multiple of 5. 5B1 is a multiple of 5. So A has to be a multiple of 5. If A is not a multiple of 5, the left hand side will not be a multiple of 5. It is sum of 2 multiples of 5 and 1 non-multiple of 5. But the right hand side is a multiple of 5. For that case, A has to be a multiple of 5. So we'll assume that A is equal to 5A1. So what does this look like? This equation will be 5A1 plus 5B1 plus 5C1 is equal to 50. Or the value of A1 plus B1 plus C, this is not C1, this is C, is equal to 10. Now how many solutions are there for this? What are the values of A, B and C? You might be telling me that, sir, this is only one equation, there are 3 variables, we can't calculate it. But no, we can solve it. The reason we can solve it is because A, B and C are integers and they are greater than or equal to 0. A, B and C are non-negative integers. Because they are non-negative integers, we can find out the number of solutions for them. The formula to use to solve this is that if you have say R variables, say x1 plus x2 plus dot 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 plus x into x subscript r is equal to n. That is the sum of R non-negative variables is equal to n. And if all of them are integers which are greater than or equal to 0, the number of solutions for this will be n plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. In this particular case, 3 variables are adding up to 10. So the number of solutions for this will be 10 plus 3 minus 1 c3 minus 1, which is 12c2, which is equal to 12 into 11 divided by 2, this is 6, which is equal to 66. So the number of solutions for this equation is 66. So the answer for this question has to be option C. Let me look at the chat and after that we'll go to the next question. Mukund sir, fun idea for LRD 11 attempt. Both of you take it and let us try to figure out who scores higher. Interesting one, man. We can try it out. And guys, I do want to tell you, we have a very active page on Instagram. We have close to 50,000 people who follow us on Instagram. I would request all of you to follow us there. We put in a lot of effort to upload important data for you, important posts for you. They're very, very useful. So if you are on Instagram and you haven't followed us, please do follow us. Our profile name is Cracku Exam on Instagram. Please do follow us.
So guys, I'll be starting with quadratic equations, and the linear equations part is done. So let's start with quadratic equations. A big topic and a very important topic also, because a lot of questions come from this, and we basically it's a intermediate topic. Linear equations is too easy, it doesn't come directly, you'll get some twisted version of linear equations. Other polynomial equations much harder. Somewhere in the middle we have quadratic equations, not too difficult, not too hard, comes almost regularly in CAT. Okay. So Harshal is asking, I've been preparing for CAT for about a month. I've been studying very hard, around 15 hours daily, and I've been learning all the lectures. I'm not from maths background or in UG, in PG, but I'm spending a lot of time, and even after 1 month, 2 topics of arithmetic are still pending. I also have to score very well. The topics I have finished, I can only solve the easy questions, not the harder ones. Harshal, I think that the fact that you are studying for 15 hours daily is very good. You are spending a lot of time of that watching and learning lectures might not be the best way to spend the time. So if you have 15 hours, I would say that spend like 2-3 hours watching lectures, but spend the remaining time that you have in solving questions. Now you might not be able to solve the question. What is the worst that can happen? You can take a test, you're not able to solve any question in that test. But afterwards, you will see the solution. You will try to solve it again. The best way to learn for CAT is solving questions, learning from the questions, learning from how to solve the questions. So always I would say that if you have a lot of time, solve crazy number of questions. You might struggle with solving them, but the process of solving them, failing and learning how to solve them, that is very, very important. That is very, very useful. Okay, so do that and you will find progress. Every question that you learn how to solve, if you fail and learn how to solve, that is really progress. Okay, so let's start with quadratic equations. So quadratic equations, the first thing that you need to know in quadratic equations is how to find the roots of the equation. There are 2 ways. One is by factorizing, the other way is by the formula. So let's consider both of this, factorization and formula. So how do I factorize? So consider, say I have x square minus 11x plus 28 is equal to 0. Suppose I have this particular quadratic equation with me. How do I factorize this? So the idea should be that these 2 values, whatever are the roots, the product of the coefficient of x square and the constant term, that would be the product of the values, and this middle term would be the sum of the values. So you have to find 2 numbers such that a plus b will add up to around 11. It could be a plus b or a minus b also, the difference also. Then basically you are adding one number plus the negative value of the other. And a into b would be 28 into 1, which is 28. Can you think of 2 numbers which would have something similar, which would have this kind of property? That would be basically, if I consider factorization of 28, 1 into 28, 2 into 14, 3 into, no, 3 is not there, 4 into 7. I got my match was 4 into 7 because 4 into 7 is 28, 4 plus 7 is 11. So I should basically split it up as 4 and 7, this 11x, and then I can factorize. So I'll split this 11x as x square minus 4x minus 7x plus 28 is equal to 0. Now I've been able to, now that I have been able to split it up, now I can go and factorize it. So how do I factorize it? I take for the first 2 terms, I take whatever is in common, only x is in common. So x minus 4 remains in the bracket, and in these 2 terms, I take as much in common as possible. Now since it is minus 7 into minus 4 would be plus 28. So if I take minus 7 in common over here, it will be x minus 4. This will be equal to 0. So I can factorize this as x minus 4 into x minus 7. This is equal to 0. So therefore, this given quadratic equation will have 2 roots or 2 solutions. X is equal to 4 or 7. Okay. Sometimes the central value is not the sum of the variables. I'll give you an example. Suppose if you have something which is like this, okay? You have x square minus 9x plus, x square minus 9x minus 22 is equal to 0. Now you need two variables where the product is 22 and the sum is 9. But how, I can't find anything where the sum is 9 and the product is 22. Then what you're doing is that you're making a mistake with the sign, because here you have minus 22 minus 9. So that basically means that the product should not be 22, the product should be minus 22. Now product of minus 22, sum of 9, I can think of something. Product of minus 22 means minus 2 into 11. Minus 2 into 11 is minus 22, minus 2 plus 11 is 9. So that gives me the split. That means that I can split this minus 9 as x square minus 11x plus 2x minus 22 equal to 0. So then I can take factorize this as x minus 11 plus 2 into x minus 11 is equal to 0. I can factorize this as x plus 2 into x minus 11 is equal to 0. So x can be either minus 2 or 11. This is basically the way of factorization. I want you guys to know how to factorize, to be very good at factorization. This is very, very important for solving quadratic equations quickly, because the formula method, I want you guys to use it rarely. As much as possible, use the factorization method, because after some time you will start recognizing factors, you will start recognizing quadratic equations, and you will be able to do that very fast with practice. The formula method is similar to this. In formula method, basically, if your quadratic equation is ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, then the roots of the quadratic equation are minus b plus minus square root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. These are the roots of the quadratic equation using the formula. Let's apply this for this particular quadratic equation that we have. In this particular case, a is equal to 1, b is equal to minus 9 and c is equal to minus 22. So we will have the roots of the equation. This will be equal to minus of minus 9, so plus 9, plus or minus square root of b square is minus 9 square, so that is 81. 81 minus 4 into 1 into minus 22, the whole divided by 2. So this is how much? This is 9 plus or minus square root of 81. This is minus 4 minus 22 is plus 88 as such. So 81 plus 88 would be 169. Square root of 169 divided by 2. What is the square root of 169? 13. So 9 plus 13 divided by 2, 9 minus 13 divided by 2. 9 plus 13 is 22 divided by 2 gives me 11. 9 minus 13 by 2 is minus 4 by 2, that gives me minus 2. So even using the this formula method also I am getting minus 2 and 11. By using this factorization method also I am getting minus 2 and 11. If you don't get the answer through factorization, go quickly over here and do it through the formula method. Formula method works better when the factors are, say, like if you have factors which are like fractions or something like that. It is not very obvious using the factorization method, but with formula method you will not fail even in those kind of cases. So these are the two ways in which you should do the find the roots of the equation. In many quadratic equations, one of the basic skills that is required is finding the roots of the equation. The second one is counting the number of real roots. See, number of real roots comes from the concept that we had just put. If you had seen the formula, okay, roots of the equation, this is minus b plus or minus square root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a, right? This part that is there over here, this part is called as the discriminant. We'll represent it with the capital D, discriminant, okay? So in this discriminant, what is discriminant? This is the part which decides whether the roots of the equation are real or not, whether the roots of the equation are equal, rational, perfect squares, whatever it is. It will determine the nature of the roots of the equation. Now what can you tell about the discriminant? See, in our last question that we solved, we had the discriminant value that was there under the square root. It was 169. Because it was 169, we could find the square root of 169 very quickly. So one thing I know is that if the discriminant is a perfect square, then I will get the square root easily. If I get the square root easily, I will get some value for the roots which is not irrational. I will get some rational number value, which means what? That if the discriminant is a perfect square, then the roots of the equation are rational. If the discriminant is 0, if this discriminant is 0, what do I get? Minus b plus 0 and minus b minus 0 by 2. That would mean that both roots are essentially minus b by 2a, which means what? That both the roots are equal, which means that I will get only one real root. If the discriminant is 0, I will get only one real root. If the discriminant is a perfect square, I will get two real roots such that they are rational. Rational means that there is no irrational part to it. There is no square root part to it. See, this number 2 plus root 3 is an irrational number. 2 minus root 3 is also an irrational number. It is not something that I can express as a fraction. If I can't express it as a fraction, it becomes an irrational number. Similarly, anything where the square root cannot be removed entirely is an irrational number. But if the discriminant is a perfect square, I'm going to get a rational number for the roots, and therefore that would mean that I have two real roots such that both are rational numbers. Now suppose the discriminant is greater than 0 but not a perfect square. In that particular case, if it is greater than 0 but not a perfect square, what we get irrational numbers which are called surds. They are called conjugate surds. Why are they conjugate surds? See, conjugate surds basically mean that they are of the form a plus root b and a minus root b. That is, the real part of it, rational part of it is equal, and the irrational part of the number are of opposite sides. So if I add up the two roots, what will I get? I will get 2 times a. If I take the subtraction, if I add the numbers together, I get only the rational part. If I subtract the numbers together, I get only the irrational part. So over here, these are called as conjugate surds. So that would basically mean that if one of the roots of the equation is say 2 minus root 3, then that would mean by default, if it is given in any quadratic equation, it is given that one of the roots is 2 minus root 3. You can tell for sure that the other root has to be 2 plus root 3. Why? Because all irrational numbers come in pairs like this. Whatever is the number, if one of these is the irrational root, the opposite of it, opposite sign of the irrational part has to be the other root. They always come in pairs, and that pair is called as conjugate surds. Okay? So if d is greater than 0 but not a perfect square, we get this. Suppose d is less than 0. I mean, you get root of minus 169 instead of plus 169. What do you do in this case? Minus 169 makes no sense. How can you get minus sign under the square root? So these are what are called as complex numbers. So basically you can see that this is the rational real number line. All real numbers lie on this real number line. Complex numbers are basically something which are 2D space. If the number line is a line, the complex numbers are in space. They are in a two-dimensional space. In complex numbers, what you have is that you have a real part and an imaginary part. So in this case, consider that instead of having suppose instead of having 9 plus or minus, instead of having square root of 169, suppose you had square root of minus 169, suppose this was the case, okay, and divided by 2. In that case, what would you get the answers as? So in that case, how do you even deal with minus 169? So what you say is that let square root of minus 1, let this be I. I is the shorthand form of saying root of minus 1. Why I even put that? See, basically, how do you deal with imaginary numbers? You deal with them by saying that this is the real part, keep it separate. This is the imaginary part, keep it separate. So I will keep the imaginary part, I will keep its own coefficient, I will keep everything related to it separately. So think of it in this way, that the real part is the x coordinate and the y part is the, imaginary part is the y coordinate. So over here, I will say that firstly put root minus 1 as I and take the root of the remaining part. Root of 169 is 13. So I can write this as 9 plus or minus square root of 169 is 13. So 13I divided by 2. So what do I get? I get 4.5. This is 4.5 plus minus 6.5I. Right? This basically means that I will, on the real part, I will go till 4.5 and then I'll say, okay, x coordinate of 4.5, y coordinate of 6.5. This 4.5, 6.5, this particular point represents the complex number, which is our number, which is 4.5 plus 6.5i. Essentially, think of it that it does not lie on the real number line at all. It is not a real number. It has a real component and an imaginary component. Now, complex numbers directly are not part of CAT, but understanding this is important. Why is this important? Because you have to then deal with what happens when you have, say, if you have complex equation and complex roots, what happens is that in the case that the discriminant is less than 0, you do not get two real roots. Instead, what you get are two complex roots such that they are conjugates of each other. The same way that we had with surds. For surds, we had a plus root b, right? And a minus root b. Similarly, for complex roots also, when discriminant is less than 0, we get roots of the form a plus bi and a minus bi. These will be the two types of roots. Now, all of this, I don't understand what complex root means. What does it even mean that there is a complex root? So here, let me show it with the help of a graph to understand what a complex root means. What does a root mean by itself? See, if you have a quadratic equation, what does a quadratic equation indicate? When you have a quadratic equation, consider this is your x and y plane. This is y plane and this is x plane. Okay? X axis, y axis. Now let us say that we are trying to plot the line x plus 2 into y x minus 11. If I am trying to plot this, y is equal to x plus 2 x into x minus 11, this quadratic equation that we just saw. If I am trying to plot this, what would I get? So I would say that at x equal to minus 2, it should be equal to 0. Because when I put x equal to minus 2 in this, y becomes equal to 0. Similarly, at x equal to 11, minus 2 and 11, in both of these cases, the equation of this equation value of y will become equal to 0. So this particular quadratic equation becomes equal to 0 at these points. So these are called the roots of the equation. Basically, the root of an equation is when the quadratic equation becomes equal to 0. Now, as x goes on increasing beyond 11, what do you see? As x goes on increasing beyond 11, this increases beyond 11, this increases. It is like increasing exponentially rather than like linearly. It will increase faster because it is a product of two numbers that are increasing. So here beyond 11, it is increasing like this. Similarly, as it goes below minus 2 also, here this will be a very large negative number. This will also be a large negative number and both of them will become negative into negative, which becomes positive. Which means that over here also it will start increasing rapidly. Between these two, I find something like this happening. So what is happening over here? I am getting a parabola. And the points at which the parabola cuts the x-axis are the two roots of the quadratic equation. Suppose my parabola is like this, okay? Instead of having it cut at two distinct roots, suppose it is like this such that it touches at one point and goes away. Just one point it touches. If it cuts at two distinct points, there are two real roots. If it touches at one point and goes away, there is one real root, which means that root is equal to, both roots are equal. Therefore, it will be of the form x minus a the whole square. And the point at which it touches, this point, will be a. So essentially, when it touches the x-axis and goes at one point, there is only one real root. When it crosses the x-axis and goes like this, there are two real roots. And suppose if it doesn't touch the x-axis at all and goes like this, in that case, there are two complex roots. There are no real roots. This has 0 real roots. This has exactly one real root. This has two real roots. This is often asked in the exam. The way they ask in the exam is that they will give you some equation, okay? they'll give you some equation and they'll say that say x square minus p plus 4x plus q is equal to 0 or some equation like that, and then they will say that what are the conditions for p and q such that the equation has two real roots. So if the equation has two real roots, the discriminant has to be greater than 0. So therefore we can say that p plus 4 the whole square minus 4 times 1 into q, this has to be greater than 0, that is b square minus 4ac has to be greater than 0. So this is the type of question that will come very often. When you are told that there are two real roots, then discriminant has to be greater than 0. If it is given that the there is only exactly one real root, then you will say discriminant is equal to 0. If it is given that it has no real roots, then you will say discriminant is less than 0. So using that, you will get a equation in the coefficients of the original equation. From that you can say that okay, this condition must be met, or these are the possible values of p and q. This comes very often whenever it is given that okay, number of real roots are given. This would be the type of question that will come. Okay. Now let us take a look at the other aspect or other type of questions that come from quadratic equation, which is basically sum and product of the quadratic equations. Now consider the same format, ax square plus bx plus c equal to 0. In this particular quadratic equation, what would be the sum of the roots of the quadratic equation? Can anybody tell me what was the sum of the roots of the quadratic equation? What would be the sum of the roots in this particular case? I'm sure most of you guys already know this, but I'm just revising for somebody who doesn't know. But for those who already know, try to answer this. What would be the sum of the roots? Okay, so the sum of the roots of this quadratic equation, suppose the roots are say alpha and beta. The sum of these two roots of this quadratic equation would be the coefficient of x. You take minus the coefficient of x divided by the coefficient of x square. So minus b by a. The sum of the roots of this particular quadratic equation would be minus b by a. Similarly, the products of the roots would be what? It would be this c, that is the constant term, that divided by c by a. This is the product of the roots. How do you get it? See, the roots, if I see the formula, minus b plus or minus the discriminant square root divided by 2a. These are the roots, say alpha is when it is plus and beta is when it is minus. My root root discriminant divided by 2a. I add them up. So basically minus b will come twice, divided by 2a will come in the denominator. This is plus discriminant minus discriminant, that will cancel off. So this becomes minus 2b minus divided by 2a. So 2 cancels, I get minus b by. If I take the product of it, what happens? If I take the product of it, again I will get some expansion in which that b square minus 4ac, that part gets expanded because I will have basically squares. A minus b into a plus b is a square minus b square. When I expand it, basically that b square part gets cancelled out, and I'm left with 4ac divided by 2a, and 4ac divided by 4a square. So it will essentially a and a square will cancel, 4 will cancel. I'll be left with c by. So from this formula also, if I just multiply the two parts together, minus b plus square root of discriminant divided by 2a minus square root of discriminant divided by 2a. If I multiply it together also, I'll get this. But I no need to even calculate it. This is super important formulas. You have to remember this, that when you have to calculate what is the sum of the roots, it is minus b by a. What is the product of the roots? You take it as c by a. Now this is for the sum of the roots and the product of the roots. Now let's come to the topic of maxima and minima. What is the maximum value? What is the minimum value of any quadratic equation? Let's consider that particular graph again. Okay. Suppose you have a graph like this. A graph like this, would there be a maximum value? No, there won't be any maximum value because it stretches to infinity on both sides. but there will be a specific minimum value. My job would be to find what this minimum value is. So to find this minimum value, there are formulas for that. So where does the minimum value occur and what is the minimum value? I don't remember what is the minimum value. I only remember where does the minimum value occur. So always remember the value x at which minima or maxima occurs in any quadratic equation is always minus b by 2a. Why do I come to it? Why is minus b by 2a? This is the minimum value. This is where the minimum value occurs. If you have the inverted parabola like this, okay, if you have a different parabola where it is open downwards, then you will have a maximum value. The maximum value also occurs for this parabola's minus b by 2a. Why is it always at minus b by 2a? Why is it only at that point that you get the minimum value or maximum value? Now think of it in this way, okay? Consider the parabolas. Why is this open towards the upper part? Why is this open towards the lower part? What determines the direction of the parabola? If the coefficient of x square, this is the equation, right? Ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. If this coefficient of x square is positive, then it is open towards the top. Ax square, if a is greater than 0, then it is open towards the top. Why is that the case? See, if the x square coefficient is positive, as the value of x rises, x square will rise rapidly. As x square rises rapidly, if a is positive, it will become rapidly more positive. If a is negative, it will become rapidly more negative. Because x square, once it starts squaring, right, it becomes a very large value very quickly. 10, if I take 2 times 10, it is still 200. But the minute I take 10 square, it becomes, if I take 2 times 100 also, it is still 200. But if I take 100 square, it suddenly becomes like 10,000. So because of squaring effect, as the value rises, the square value, the value of that function suddenly becomes very steeply up. So the only real value that matters after a point of time for the value of the equation is the sign of a. A defines whether or not the value is positive or negative. Because after a point of time, x square is going to be the determining factor. X and constant are not going to keep up with the value of x square. So the value of a determines whether the parabola is open upwards or open downwards. Now, if it is open upwards, what would be the points of the intersection? This point is say alpha, this point is say beta. These are the two roots. That is basically where it cuts the x-axis. What would be the minimum point? The minimum point would be basically, this is kind of symmetric, right? So the minimum point would be like the midpoint of the particular graph. If I draw a line of symmetry, the point that goes to the middle point of that particular point, line of symmetry, that would be the lowest point. If I take any parabola like this, and this is the alpha and beta, if I draw a middle line, this lowest point will be basically the point as such at which minima will occur. So I have to find like the symmetrical midpoint between alpha and beta. So I have to find like midpoint of alpha plus beta by 2. Whatever is the sum of alpha beta, that divided by 2 will give me the midpoint. That is the point at which either the highest or the lowest will occur. But what is alpha plus beta? It is minus b by a. This divided by 2 will give me the point at which always either the maxima will occur or the minima will occur. So the point at which maximas occur or minimas occur, if it is a opening upwards, the point at which the minima will occur is minus b by 2a. The point at which the maxima will occur, if it is like this, is minus b by 2a. Whatever it is, whether it is open upwards or downwards, if it is open upwards, he'll ask you for minima. Where does the minima occur? At minus b by 2a. If it is like this, open downwards, they'll ask you what is the maxima. Where does it occur? Minus b by 2a. I want it to be very clear to you. Whatever is the sum, half the sum, you get the average of the two roots. The average of the two roots is basically where the maxima or minima will occur. That should be second knowledge to you. You should know this very clearly, that that point, which is the average of the two roots, that is the point of maxima and minima in any quadratic equation. Okay, any doubts till there? I think most of it is clear for most of you. So let's go to the questions. We'll complete the algebraic identities also, and then Maruti will come and he'll go through a lot of quadratic and polynomial equations together. So consider what are the algebraic identities. These two most of you would know, right? What is a plus b the whole square? A plus b the whole square, if you just expand it, you get a square plus b square plus 2ab. These are very simple algebraic identities that most of you would know. Similarly, a square minus b square, if I factorize it, I get a plus b into a minus b. Most of you would know these two. But a lot of people don't know the cubic identities. You either forget or you like never revise it. But we should know the cubic identities also. If you have a plus b the whole cube, what is the expansion of a plus b the whole cube? You have a cube plus b cube plus 3 times a square b plus 3 times ab square. Okay, this is basically the expansion. It's written here also, but a way to remember it is that each of these cubes will come once, and when I have to pick, okay, if I have to pick essentially remember for any expansion, okay, not just for this, not just for cubes, how to expand anything, okay, remember a plus b raised to n, the general formula. If I don't remember, I'm not able to remember any algebraic identity, how do I remember the general formula for this expansion? I'd say that take NC0 a raised to n. What is NC0? NC0 is basically when I'm not like taking any selection. That is, I select this particular value n0 number of times and the opposite value also n minus 0, that is n number of times. So I'll say that NC0 times is basically 1. Okay, this particular a raised to n will come NC0 times. Then NC1, that is out of n items, I pick once, one item, NC1. Then I'll say this is a raised to 1 and b raised to n minus 1. Okay. Then NC2. This is a square b raised to n minus 2. Then NC3 and so on till I have NCn. A raised to 0, b raised to n. What is a raised to 0? A raised to 0 is essentially 1. So this is essentially saying that this is NCn b raised to n. So by using this general expansion formula, if I use it for cube, what would it be? So a plus b cube would be how much? A plus b cube would be, okay, I'll say 3c0 a cube plus 3c1 a square b or ab square. No, sorry, this is a, I've written it the other way around. Basically, you can say a raised to n minus 1, b raised to 1. And this is a raised to n minus 2, b raised to 2 and so on. Basically, you have to say that you start with the highest value of n, then keep decreasing it by 1. You start with b raised to 0 and keep it increasing by 1. So if you start with a raised to n, the next will be a raised to n minus 1, next would be a raised to n minus 2 and so on. You start with b raised to 0, next would be b raised to 1, b raised to 2, b raised to 3, finally you will get to b raised to n. In case of a plus b whole cube, this is 3c0 a cube. Then you have 3c1 a square b 1 plus you have 3c2 a b square and finally 3c3 b cube. 3c0 is what? From 3 items, how many ways are selecting 0 items? 1 way. So this is essentially a cube plus a 3 times a square b plus 3 times a b square plus 1 time b cube. This will help you expand anything. So if I say a plus b, the raised to 4 also, tell me what would be the expansion. Guys, tell me using the same expansion formula, if it is a plus b the whole raised to 4, what would be the expansion? What would be the factor for a raised to 4? It would be 4c0. 4c0 is what? 4c0, way of selecting 0 items, 1. Then you have 4c1 a cube b. Then 4c2 a square b square plus 4c3 a b cube and finally 4c4 b raised to 4. So you have a raised to 4 plus 4a cube b plus 6a square b square plus 4ab cube plus finally b raised to 4. This is the final expansion that you will get if you use binomial expansion. So always remember this because it helps quite a bit in expansions, remembering these kind of binomial expansions. Now another form that you have is, instead of having say 2 variables, suppose you have 3 variables. The format remains the same. You just have to consider that, okay, it is a plus b plus c into a plus b plus c plus into this. If I take the square of 3 variables, I will have the sum of each square, a square plus b square plus c square. Then I will have 2 times the variables taken 2 at a time. So 2 times AB, 2 times BC, 2 times CA. So the sum of squares plus the 2 variables, 2 times the variables taken 2 at a time. You need to remember these algebraic identities because they come quite often. This one doesn't come that often, but the one that comes very often, which I also sometimes forget quite often, is this one. This one comes often when it comes, it is generally given that from this, like if what they will give is that they will give you the sum of the values and this values, and then they'll ask you what is a cube plus b cube plus c cube minus 3abc, or then you have to figure out that, okay, a cube plus b cube plus c cube minus 3abc is equal to 0 because the sum of the values is 0, something like that. But this particular algebraic identity comes often. I also don't remember it, but I want you guys to mug it up before the exam because it does come. Okay. Now the type of questions that actually come a lot in CAT is this one, x plus 1 by x, because it is a very easy concept. It's not a very, you don't have to mug it up or something like that, but it comes very often because it's like a very logical thing to think of. So what they will generally do is they'll say that, say, x plus 1 by x is, say, 2. Then they'll ask you what is x square plus 1 by x square. How do I find that out? I've been given x plus 1 by x. I don't have x square plus 1 by x square. Essentially, you have to square it. The minute you square it, what will happen? This will be squared on both sides. So what is x plus 1 by x the whole square? So we'll get x square plus 1 by x the whole square plus the product of these 2 into x into 1 by x. This will be equal to 4, right? This is equal to x square plus 1 by x square plus this cancels with this plus 2 is equal to 4. So from this I can say that x square plus 1 by x square is also equal to 2, right? X square plus 1 by x square will also be equal to 2. Because I'll take this by to other side, it will also be equal to 2. Similarly, if I was taking cube, I'll get the same thing. If I was taking cube, what would happen? Can somebody tell me that if x plus 1 by x is 2, what is x cube plus 1 by x cube? Try to solve this. X plus 1 by x is equal to 2. What is x cube plus 1 by x cube? What is this equal to? Use the same idea. We have just learned the expansion of cubes, right? What would be the value in that case? Would it be 2 still? Yeah. See, basically what will happen is that x cube, x plus 1 by x, the whole cube, this will be equal to 2 cube. Okay. So you get x cube plus 1 by x cube plus 3 times x into 1, x square into 1 by x plus 3 times x into 1 by x the whole square. This will be equal to 8, right? Then what you will have? X cube plus 1 by x cube. This is equal to, this will cancel with this will cancel with this. You get, this is 3 times, x cube plus 1 by x cube plus 3 times x plus 3 times 1 by x. Okay, 3 by x. This is equal to 8. I can take 3 in common over here. I can say that this is 3 times x plus 1 by x, right? But x plus 1 by x I know is 2. So this is basically 3 times 2. So I can replace this whole part and say that this is 3 into 2. This whole part is equal to 8. So what happens? I can take this side. This is 8 minus 6. So again I get x cube plus 1 by x cube is again equal to 2. This is basically the idea that whenever you are given x plus 1 by x, okay, you have to basically keep multiplying or cubing. The values will tend to cancel each other out, especially when there are even powers. They will generally, x and 1 by x powers will continue to cancel each other out. If they don't cancel each other out, still you can group the values together, because if you see binomial expansion is symmetric. Because it is symmetric, you will generally be able to group those powers together, and then again you will get like x plus 1 by x or x square plus 1 by x square. You know those values, intermediate values, plug in those values. Whenever x plus 1 by x is given, all x raised to n plus 1 by x raised to n can be determined. Okay, I want you to remember this. You have to just incrementally keep doing it till you get the final value of x raised to n plus 1 by x raised to n. Okay, so with that, our quadratic and algebraic identities, the concept is done. So this is the question, and Maruti will be answering this question with you. Okay.
Yeah, hi guys. So this is the first question. Try to solve it. It is a slightly tough question. I hope you can solve it. Yeah, let me answer the chat, guys, in the meantime. Many people have answered 2, but it is not the correct answer, dude. Check it out, guys. It is not 2. Questions are always, quadratic equations are always in the shape of a parabola, ma'am. Yeah, quadratic equations are always in the shape of a parabola. Based on the coefficient of x square, it will either be a parabola like this, that is upward sloping, or it will be a parabola like this, where it is downward sloping. Mukunda is saying how to understand and visualize graphs better. I think you will get it only with some experience. But for linear equations, I would recommend you to maybe draw some graphs. You can draw them on Wolfram Alpha, or you can draw them on your own. At least the basic ones you should be comfortable. You should be comfortable with, like, say, x plus y is equal to 10. How does it look? How does x plus 5y is equal to 10? How does this look? 2x minus y. Basically, you should have an understanding of at least the linear equations. That, I think, will be a good start. We have how many likes? We have 216 likes, man. So we have 300 likes is our target. We have 216 likes, so we just need 84 more likes. Guys, please do like the stream. I want to get to 300 likes before the stream ends. So let us try to answer this question. In this question, we are required to calculate the sum of the absolute values of the roots of the equation square root of 2x square minus 3x plus 16 plus square root of 2x square minus 3x minus 4 is equal to 10 is n. What is the value of 2n? So basically, we need to solve this quadratic equation. And once we solve this quadratic equation, we'll get some values of x. We'll have to find the absolute values of them, sum all of them up and multiply it by 2. This is what we need to look at. If you're looking at the square roots, it looks complex. It looks, to be really honest, ugly. What is the square root of 2x square minus 3x plus 16 or 2x square minus 3x minus 4 inside a square root? It feels like something which is tough. What I would do for this kind of a situation is, I would assume that 2x square minus 3x minus 4 is a variable p. So this is basically square root of p. And what is this? This is 2x square minus 3x plus 16. So 2x square minus 3x plus 16 is basically p plus 20. The x square term is the same, the coefficient of x also is the same. Over here the common term is minus 4, constant term. Here the constant term is 16. The difference between both of them is 20. So the second one will be p plus 20. So essentially the equation we have is square root of p plus 20 plus square root of p is equal to 10. This is what we have. And here I would say the crucial thing that you need to do is don't square it directly. Because if you are squaring it directly, you will still have square root of p's and you will have p terms. So what I would recommend you to do is take one of the square root of p to the other side. And then when you square, some of the terms get cancelled. Then you will be able to find out the value of p very quickly. So over here, square root of 20, square root of p plus 20 is equal to 10 minus square root of p. Now square both sides. If you are squaring both sides, the left hand side is p plus 20 and the right hand side is 100 plus p minus 20 square root of p. We can cancel this p, this p. This is 100 minus 20 is 80. Or basically what we have is 20 square root of p is 80. So square root of p is 4 or the value of p is 16. If the value of p is 16, what is p? It is 2x square minus 3x minus 4 is equal to 16. So basically what we have is 2x square minus 3x minus 4 is equal to 16, or 2x square minus 3x minus 20 is equal to 0. This is a simple quadratic equation. We need to factorize it. This will be 2x square minus 8x plus 5x minus 4 is equal to 0. This is 2x plus 5 into x minus 4. So this will be 20. Is equal to 0. So the value of x is either minus 5 by 2 or the value of x is 4. There are two values of x, one is minus 5 by 2, other is 4. What is the sum of both of them? Remember that we are asked to calculate the sum of the absolute values, not the sum of the values. The sum of the absolute values is, the absolute value of minus 5 by 2 is 5 by 2. The absolute value is of 4 is 4. The sum of both of them will be 13 by 2. And therefore 2 times that will be 13. So the answer for this question is 13. Let me look at the chart before going to the next question. Yeah, I think many people got it correct, guys. Very well done. I think Rubal Yadav got it correct. And Indra Gante Aditya Sharma got it correct. Indra Gante Aditya Sharma also gave the explanation. So very well done, guys. Let us look at the next one. This is not a difficult question. This should be a fairly straightforward question. Devi Singh Kingsai saying, sir, can you please increase the font size in Cracku Quant study room? Okay, I will look at it. I'll ask my tech team to look into it. Many people are giving the answer as C. It is correct. Jagat Raidu also got 4, which also is correct. Well done, guys. In addition to just giving the answer, because this is also a fairly simple, straightforward question, if you can post the explanation, it will help more people so that they can understand the answer before I actually start the explanation. Yes, Sonima Dwivedi also got it correct. Neeraj Kumar got it correct. Akoja, Venkat Sai Kiran, Nitin Chanukya Gunam, Rubal Yadav, Vedantika M. All of you have gotten the right answer. Very well done. But also try to give me the explanation quickly. There is another 45 seconds. After that, I'll explain. So if you can give the answer, it will be good. Ayush Shandilya also got it correct. Ritika Sinha, Akoja, Venkat Saikaran is giving the explanation. Good, guys. Vedantika M gave the explanation very quickly. Well done, Vedantika. I think she was the first one to give the complete explanation quickly. Okay, let us try to answer this question. So here we are told that the value of x for which this quadratic expression x square minus 10x plus 21 attains its minimum is the root of the quadratic equation x square plus kx minus 45. What is the value of k? We know that if you are given a quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0 and a is greater than 0. This quadratic equation attains its minimum value when the value of x is equal to minus b by 2a. When x is equal to minus b by 2a, the quadratic equation will attain its minimum value. So in this particular case, what is the value of x for which this quadratic equation attains its minimum value? The quadratic equation will attain its minimum value when the value of x is equal to minus of minus 10, which is 10, divided by 2, which is equal to 5. So when x is equal to 5, this quadratic equation will attain its minimum value. Now, this x is equal to 5 is a root of x square plus kx minus 45 is equal to 0. So what is the value of k? Just substitute the value of x in this quadratic equation. X square is 5 square plus kx is k into 5 minus 45 is 0. So 5k, because 5 square is 25, 5k has to be equal to 20, or the value of k has to equal 4. So the answer for this question, where we are asked to calculate the value of k, is equal to 4, which is option C. Let me look at the chat, and after that we'll go to the next question. This is a straightforward question, but also I would say a nice question. I hope you get it correct. Okay. Many people gave the explanation. Ayush Shandilya, I think also gave, but I think you use differentiation, which also is okay, but kind of unnecessary, but it's fine. Sonima Dwivedi also gave it. Raidu Jagat also gave it. Pranab Kumar also gave it. And I think Sanyam also gave it. Very well done, guys. All of you have given the right answer. If you have followed the Cracku Instagram channel, which is Cracku exam, please do let me know in the chat that you followed it. I will let my team know because they're putting a lot of effort, and I feel that some of them are feeling like demotivated that we are not getting a lot of people to follow it. I promised them that I'll get a lot of people to follow us on Instagram. This is our Instagram channel. We have, I think, around 46,000 guys who are following us on Instagram. And our team also is putting in a lot of effort. I know how much effort they're putting in to give the right information to students, useful information to students, everybody who is attempting not just CAT but even the other MBA exams. And we are also putting in effort to ensure that it is actually very professional and the information is useful for people who are seriously preparing. So I would definitely request you to follow us on Instagram. It will help our team also quite a lot. They will also feel a lot more motivated to put in more effort into building very good content on Instagram. Emmanuel John is saying he's following. Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Okay, the time is up. Let us try to answer this. Basically, whenever you are given this kind of a expression, where you have something like, if you assume that a is equal to 3. This expression is of the form a plus 1 into a square plus 1 into a to the power 4 plus 1 into a to the power 8 plus 1 into a to the power 16 plus 1. Immediately something should strike you in your mind, which is that if you can just multiply and divide this with a minus 1, you will get some sort of a domino effect, wherein all the powers keep on getting accumulated. What do I mean by it? Suppose you are looking at a plus 1 into a square plus 1 into a to the power 4 plus 1 into a to the power 8 plus 1 into a to the power 16 plus 1. You multiply it with a minus 1 in the numerator and a minus 1 in the denominator. If you are multiplying something with the same number in the numerator and denominator, you are multiplying it with 1, so it shouldn't matter. But if you multiply a minus 1 with a plus 1, what are you going to get? You know that a square minus 1 is basically a minus 1 into a plus 1. So a plus 1 into a minus 1 is a square minus 1. Now you take this a square minus 1, multiply it with a square plus 1. We know that a square minus 1 into a square plus 1 is equal to a to the power 4 minus 1. Now this a to the power 4 minus 1, you multiply it with a to the power 4 plus 1. What are you going to get? A to the power 4 minus 1 into a to the power 4 plus 1 is a to the power 8 minus 1. Now this a to the power 8 minus 1, you multiply it with a to the power 8 plus 1. Again you are accumulating terms. A to the power 8 minus 1 into a to the power 8 plus 1 is a to the power 16 minus 1. Now a to the power 16 minus 1, you again multiply it with a to the power 16 plus 1. A to the power 16 minus 1 into a to the power 16 plus 1 is equal to a to the power 32 minus 1. So overall, if you are just multiplying the numerator with a minus 1, all of these terms accumulate and you are ending up with a to the power 32 minus 1. So this product essentially is equal to a to the power 32 minus 1 divided by a minus 1. That is true for any value of a. In this particular question, what we are looking for is that a is equal to 3, because we are asked to calculate 3 plus 1 into 3 square plus 1 into 3 to the power 4 plus 1 and so on. So the value of this expression will be 3 to the power 32 minus 1 divided by 3 minus 1, which is basically equal to 2. So the answer for this question is option A, which is 3 to the power 32 minus 1 divided by 2. Let me look at the chat before we go to the next question. Yasir Arafat is saying, how to think such things? How to think such things? Basically, what I would say is, obviously, okay, if you are given this kind of a question, nobody is expecting you to actually calculate all of it. Nobody is expecting you, right? Surely the CAT guys are not expecting you to calculate what is 3 plus 1, multiply it with 3 square plus 1. That is not what they are looking for. Now you look at the options. In the first option, you have 3 to the power 32 minus 1. Here you have 3 to the power 64 minus 1. Here you have 3 to the power 16 minus 1. Here you have 3 to the power 128 minus 1. So basically, you are getting a different power of 3. Another thing I would say is, all of these things should not be dependent on this number 3. If you are given this kind of a equation, if you are given this kind of an expression, especially if you have 3 to the power 16, 3 to the power 16 is a very large number. So it is not independent to 3. Anything which is given like this should mostly be satisfied by any number which you can replace instead of 3. That I think should be the trick for you. Where clearly if you are having 3 to the power 16 over here, it will not mean that it is something which is relevant to 3. It should be relevant to any number. So basically you have to look at it as, what is given to me is a plus 1 into a square plus 1 into a to the power 4 plus 1 into a to the power 8 plus 1 into a to the power 16 plus 1, and they are asking me to simplify this. And if you are looking at the options, what is given to you is something which is a to the power 32 minus 1, or a to the power 64 minus 1, or a to the power 16 minus 1, or a to the power 128 minus 1. Once you think about it, And then you figure out that, okay, something has to happen where all of them are simplified into one block. Then you will get an idea that, okay, I should multiply this with a minus 1 and divide it by a minus 1. Okay guys, let us now go to the next question. Before we go to the next question, what I wanted to tell you is, we are having a batch which is starting from this Monday, that is day after tomorrow. If you are having any doubts with respect to your CAT preparation, if you are looking for a crash course to enroll or to make the best use of the remaining 90 days, I would definitely recommend you to check out the Cracku CAT 2025 crash course. If you are having any doubts with respect to the course, you can call us on this number. This is our support number, and one of our staff will actually help you with any doubts that you might have with respect to the CAT preparation. This course will give you detailed concept videos. It will also give you access to the dash cats, which are taken by thousands of students. We'll also be having live classes. I take a live class every Monday. Sayali takes a live class every Tuesday. And we have excellent faculty who take live classes on every remaining day. The live classes happen on Monday to Friday at 8 p.m. and they go on for around 1.5 hours. In addition to it, you will also get access to the one-to-one mentorship, where you can book a slot and one of our mentors will call you. Anybody who is enrolled to Cracku, definitely take use of it. We have hired some very good mentors who are helping a lot of students. So if you're looking to book a slot also, I would say that go ahead and book a slot. Our mentors will call you at the designated time. Let us now look at the next question. Before I go to the next question, I just want to make it clear, if you're looking for any course for CAT 2025 or for CAT 2026, you can contact us on this support number. This is the next question, guys. Neeraj Kumar is saying, sir, I've done CGL level quant bank puzzles recently. I've shifted to CAT. Will I be able to score good in CAT 3 months? I would say there are 3 difficulty levels in say CAT: LOD 1, level of difficulty 1, LOD 2, level of difficulty 2, and LOD 3, level of difficulty 3. I would say CGL students should be able to solve definitely LOD 1, that is level of difficulty 1, and maybe some questions of level of difficulty 2. Anybody who has seriously prepared for CGL, I think definitely that should be possible. Now, the portion is very similar. It is just that CAT questions are slightly more difficult and slightly more advanced. So you need more practice, you need some more confidence, and after that I think you will definitely improve. Lakshika Jain is asking for CAT new batch of 2025. I would say please do send a mail to support@cracku.in. ఇవే ఉన్నాయా? మిగతావి లేవా? దొరుకుట్లే. ఇలాంటివి కాదు, మిగతావి. ఇది కొంచెం చప్పుడు వస్తుంది, ఇది టచ్ అయితే చిరాకు వస్తుంది. దీని కూడా ఉండేది కదా రూమ్లో. లేదు, ఇది ఓకే, అది కూడా వర్క్ అవుతుంది. సరే ఒకసారి చూద్దాం. Yes, Alex, I know Telugu. My mother tongue is from Telugu. Yeah, I'm from Andhra. I'm actually born in Vizag. Okay, thank you. Sare, okay. Okay, sare, chuddam. Okay, let us try to answer it, guys. So in this question, what we are told is x square minus 3x plus 1 is 0. We are required to calculate the value of x square plus 1 by x to the power 5. This should immediately tell you, when you are looking at what is to be calculated, which is x square plus 1 by x to the power 5, that we need to calculate the value of x plus 1 by x or x minus 1 by x. What is given to us is x square minus 3x plus 1 is equal to 0. If you divide the entire equation with x, you are going to get x minus 3 plus 1 by x is equal to 0, or x plus 1 by x is equal to 3. What is basically given to us is x plus 1 by x. We are asked to calculate the value of x to the power 5 plus 1 by x to the power 5. So just continue to find higher powers of x. You square this. What are you going to get? You are going to get x square plus 1 by x square plus 2 is equal to 9, or x square plus 1 by x square is equal to 7. You again square this. If you are again squaring this, what are you going to get? You are going to get x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4 plus 2 is equal to 49, or x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4 is equal to 47. You want x to the power 5 plus 1 by x to the power 5. You have x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4. So what I would suggest is, maybe when you have x square plus 1 by x square, multiply this with x plus 1 by x. So if you are multiplying x square plus 1 by x square with x plus 1 by x, what should this be? This will be equal to 7 into 3. So this will be equal to 21. If you are expanding this expression, this will be x cubed plus 1 by x plus x plus 1 by x cubed is equal to 21. But x plus 1 by x is equal to what? X plus 1 by x is equal to 3. So x cubed plus 1 by x cubed will be equal to 21 minus 3, which is 18. What we are required to calculate is x to the power 5 into 1 by x to the power 5. So now we can multiply x cubed plus 1 by x cubed, which is equal to 18, with x square plus 1 by x square, which is equal to 7. If you are multiplying both of them, what are you going to get? X cubed plus 1 by x cubed into x square plus 1 by x square will be 18 into 7. 18 into 7 is 126. If you are expanding this, you are going to get x to the power 5 plus 1 by x plus x plus 1 by x to the power 5 is 126. This is equal to 3. So x to the power 5 plus 1 by x to the power 5 is equal to 123. So what we are required to calculate, that is basically equal to 123. For this kind of a question, what is normally done is we yeah. So the answer for this question is 123. Basically, for this kind of a question, what is normally done is we just find out the highest powers of x plus 1 by x, and at some point you will reach the answer. This is the next question. This also is a fairly straightforward question. Let us try to answer it. Akhil is saying I'm also from Vizag, sir. Okay. Mughal Saif also is saying I'm from Vizag. Okay, cool guys. Good to know. Guys, we have 231 likes. We need 68 more likes. Please do like this stream, guys. We have more than 100 people who are watching the stream live now. Akhil Galinkala is saying, sir, can't we do first squaring and then cubing on both sides? I think that also can be done. Basically, you can solve this in multiple ways. You will get the answer. Sometimes you get it very quickly, sometimes you might waste some time. But if you just find higher powers, you are going to get the answer. Many people got this answer. Akoja Venkat Sai Kiran, Neeraj Kumar, Vikas Chaudhary, Sonima Dwivedi, Ritika Sinha, Alex, Rubal Yadav, Sanyam, Ayush Shandilia. All of you guys have gotten it correct. Very well done. Okay, let us look at this question, guys. Okay, what we are told is x minus 1 by x is 2. And we are required to calculate the value of x cube minus 1 by x cube. So you are given x minus 1 by x. This is equal to 2. So we can just cube both the sides, and then we should mostly get the answer. Just remember, what is the value of the cube? What is a minus b whole cube? A minus b whole cube is equal to a cube minus b cube minus 3a square b plus 3ab square. That is the value of a cube minus b cube. So in this particular case, x minus 1 by x whole cube, this will be equal to 2 cube, which is 8. This is x cube minus 1 by x cube plus 3 by x minus 3x is equal to 8. Or x cube minus 1 by x cube minus 3 times x minus 1 by x is equal to 8. This is basically equal to 2. So x cube minus 1 by x cube is equal to 8 plus 6, which is 14. So the answer for this question is option C. A question which is very similar to this question and the earlier question was given in one of the CATs recently. I think maybe it was given in CAT 2023 or CAT 2022. One of those two, it was asked a very similar question. And I actually spent a lot of time. I made some mistakes in calculation. I was also nervous. And I got it correct, but I spent so much time on it that it wasted a lot of my time. We are just going to go more into this because, like I mentioned earlier, these kind of questions actually come in the exam. And these are easy questions. So if a question like this comes in the examination, you should get it correct. You should not mess up like I did, where I got a similar question, but I think it was some x to the power 7 or something, and I think x plus 1 by x or something like that was given. And for me to calculate the power of 7, it took me a lot of time, and I made so many mistakes. Man Bhavi is saying, sir, can I go to CAT preparing mostly for arithmetic and aim for a good accuracy there and 3 to 4 questions from other topics and aim for 30 marks? How plausible is that? I would say, Man, that is not a very good strategy because you're putting just too much pressure on yourself. And I think you have 3 months. You should definitely aim to at least finish algebra. That is, I don't want to be rude, but I feel I'm putting so much effort. teaching algebra, and if you are saying that I just don't want to like attempt algebra, it feels bad. Okay, I would say algebra is also a very important topic. I don't want you to give up on algebra. It is a very important topic and it's not very difficult. So I would at least say that in addition to arithmetic, I would say look at algebra also. Geometry also is important, but if you're struggling with geometry or if you feel that, okay, I can't do geometry, there are so many theorems, at least look at modern maths. Like logarithms, permutations, combinations. These I think are the important topics. Somebody who is, because there will be easy questions from these topics. So it should not happen that you are only believing in arithmetic and going to the examination. I don't think that's a good strategy. Sir, last year I had given CAT, but this year due to surgery I couldn't prepare, so I'm starting today. But please guide what I should follow and how can I take test series and all. What I would tell you is, I want you to take one mock every weekend, and your preparation should revolve around that one mock. Basically, look at that mock as a CAT examination. Mentally deceive yourself into thinking that that is my CAT examination, I want to do well, and you prepare properly to do well in the mock. Take those mocks seriously. Any mock that you're taking over the weekend, take it very, very seriously. Then you try to improve your mock scores. That I think will be the smartest way in which you can improve your scores. You put a lot of emphasis on the weekend mocks that you plan to take, and then try to see how you can score better. Then if you introspect and you try to figure out where I can score more, you will find out the lowest hanging fruits. Okay, let us try to answer this question, guys. In this question, we are told that x square plus 3x minus 1 is 0. We are asked to calculate the value of x to the power 8 plus x to the power 4 plus x square plus 1 by x to the power 8 plus 1 by x to the power 4 plus 1 by x square plus 1. Essentially, what we are asked to calculate is x to the power 8 plus 1 by x to the power 8 plus x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4 plus x square plus 1 by x square plus 1. This is what you are required to calculate. And what are you given? You are given x square plus 3x minus 1 is equal to 0. If you divide this equation with x, what you are given is x plus 3 minus 1 by x is equal to 0. Or what you are given is x minus 1 by x is equal to minus 3. With this equation, you can calculate the value of x square plus 1 by x square. You just square both the sides. If you are squaring both the sides, you are going to get x square plus 1 by x square minus 2 is equal to 9. Or the value of x square plus 1 by x square is equal to 11. So this is equal to 11. Now square this again. If you are squaring x square plus 1 by x square whole square, you are going to get x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4 plus 2 is equal to 121. Or x to the power 4 plus 1 by x to the power 4 is equal to 119. So this term over here is equal to 119. Next, again square it. You are going to get x to the power 8 plus 1 by x to the power 8 plus 2 is equal to 119 whole square. What is the value of 119 whole square? I don't think we have a calculator here, so probably we'll have to calculate. This is 120 minus 1 whole square. So this is equal to 14,400 minus 240 plus 1. So this will be 161. Let me know if I made any mistake, guys. So this is x to the power 8 plus 1 by x to the power 8 is equal to 14161 minus 2, which is equal to 14159. So this is 14159. So we have three terms. We have to add them. 14159 plus 119 plus 11 plus 1. This will be 14159 plus this is 131. 131. This will be 92. So the answer has to be 14290. I hope I didn't make any mistake in calculations, but otherwise it has to be option C. Let me see in the chat. I don't think I made any mistake in the calculations. Yeah, many people got 14290, so I'm assuming that is the correct answer. Let us look at the next question, guys. Ramya Roy saying, how do I stay calm and manage pressure during the 2-hour exam? There are two things I would tell you. The first thing is remembering that everybody else in the examination hall will also feel pressure. So you don't need to have zero pressure or zero nerves. That is not happening. Everybody will feel pressure, everybody will feel nerves. It should just happen that you should manage your nerves better than most of the other people. That is sufficient. That is the first thing you'll have to look at. If you're feeling nervous, you should not exasperate it. You should not feel that, okay, I'm feeling nervous, I'm panicking, okay, this is not good. You should not feel that way. You should tell yourself that I'm nervous, I'm panicking, but it is okay. Everybody is nervous, everybody is panicking. I'll try to just calm myself down a little. If I calm myself down a little, that is sufficient. That is the first thing. The second thing I would tell you is, not just for CAT, but in general in life, what I really believe is that you focus on whatever is in your hands. Try to do whatever you can. And everything else, whatever the result will be, is completely fine. If you are going all in and putting in everything that you can into doing well, you will feel much worse even if things don't turn out your way. So I always believe that focus more on what is in your hands. Try to put emphasis on your actions, not on the results. It is a way of life. It is something that you can inculcate yourself, not just with respect to CAT. If you are like that in most of the things, you will feel much less pressure on the day of the examination. You'll still feel pressure because all of us are humans, but the pressure that you feel or the anxiety that you'll have will be much lesser. Okay, I think time is up. Let me solve this question, guys. So here, let us assume that the three numbers are A, B, and C. We are told that the sum of the squares of three positive numbers is 77. So what you are told is A square plus B square plus C square is equal to 77. You are also told that the sum of their products taken two at a time is 74. That is AB plus BC plus AC is equal to 74. We are asked to calculate the sum of the three numbers. We are asked to calculate the value of A plus B plus C. Now what do we have? We know that A plus B plus C whole square is equal to A square plus B square plus C square plus 2AB plus 2BC plus 2AC. In this particular case, A square plus B square plus C square is 77 and 2AB plus 2BC plus 2AC is 2 into 74. This is equal to 77 plus 148, which is equal to 225. That is the value of A plus B plus C whole square. So if you are taking the square root of that, what is A plus B plus C? A, B and C we are told are positive numbers. So A plus B plus C will be equal to 15. If you are not told whether they are positive or not, they can even be minus 15. But because you are told that all these three are positive numbers, the sum has to be equal to 15. So the answer for this question is option C. Let me look at the chat and then go to the next question. Yeah, many people got it correct, guys. Very well done. I think Yasser gave the answer also, the explanation. Many people gave the answer as 15. Very well done. This is the Cracku daily targets. Cracku daily targets, basically we give one question, one test in quant, one test in verbal and one test in LRDI every single day. And people who are getting this streak of 50, this is the current streak that you have. If you get a streak of 50, for the students who are enrolled to the Cracku daily targets or for any other course of Cracku, they get a free Cracku t-shirt. The number of Cracku t-shirts we sent last year was more than 500. Just try to understand that, okay? There were more than 500 people who took all the 3 Cracku daily targets for 50 consecutive days. That was last year. This year, the number of daily targets is much higher. Every time when I interview a topper of Cracku, they always tell me that, okay, mocks are very good, videos are very good. They give me a list of things. Whatever some topper might like with respect to other toppers might differ. But the one thing that is always common are the Cracku daily targets. I can't stress it enough. If you want to inculcate a sense of discipline, I think Cracku daily targets are one thing that you should definitely follow.
Okay guys, so continuing with our algebra series, we'll move on to inequalities. Progressively this is getting tougher, right? So starting with linear equations, which is easier, then you have like special linear equations, not very easy but still doable. Quadratic equation gets tougher, then inequalities, algebraic identities slightly tougher. Inequalities I feel is the hardest part in many ways because it is the most hardest to visualize. Mukund was saying, how do I visualize all of these things? So these are hardest to visualize because till now what we have discussed are lines. In graph space, if I say what is a quadratic equation or a linear equation, so what exactly is a linear equation in a what is a linear equation in a 2D space? It is basically this line. Any line is a linear equation. What is a quadratic equation? A parabola like this is a quadratic equation. But what is an inequality? An inequality is basically, it is a area. It is a space. It is not a line. So if I say that x plus y is greater than 5, what does this represent? It represents that you first draw x and y axis. You draw the line x plus y equal to 5. When I say x plus y is greater than 5, it is this area which is above that particular line. So remember, linear equations represent a line. A quadratic equation represents a curve. A circle also represents a curve. A inequality represents an area. Now whenever there are areas, see when you have a curve, right? When you are asked what is the solution, what is the answer in linear equation, you'll be given 2 linear equations and this point of intersection is the answer. Okay. In quadratic equations, you'll be asked what is the root. What is the root? Basically there will be some curve. The point at which these 2 points cross the x-axis is the answer. In linear equation, in inequalities, basically what they'll ask is, what is the number of possible values of x? How many values of x are possible? Or how many values of x and y are possible? Or how many values of x and y are possible such that some condition is missed, that they are integer or something like that. So basically what happens is that when you have an area, suppose you are given an area like this, okay, that it is between this particular area. Then you have to find all the integral values of x and y. That essentially becomes a solution. Or sometimes it is that it is on the x-axis only. The inequality has only one variable. So it is on the real number axis only. Then you have to count the number of cases. So again it becomes not a point on the line, but rather a region. So in this region, the inequality is satisfied. In that region, the inequality is not satisfied. So think of linear equations, quadratic equations as lines and solutions as points. In inequalities, it is rather areas and regions which satisfy the given condition. So that change, that mindset change is very important because a lot of people struggle to even understand what to do in inequalities because they think that, okay, I am supposed to find values, possible values of x or possible values of x and y instead of finding one solution. So remember, in inequalities, generally multiple solutions are possible because it is not mapping to a point or mapping to a line. It is mapping to an area and a region. Because of that, there are multiple possible solutions. Then additional conditions will be given that, okay, they have to be integral or x has to be greater than 0 or something like that. So this is the first mindset change that I want you to do for inequalities. Inequalities represent area or space. Okay. And the solutions are not points but ranges. You will not get one answer, you will get range of answers. Okay. Now let's come to the concept of simplifying inequalities. What does inequalities even mean? What does simplifying an inequality mean? You do the same thing that you would have done till now. You have to factorize. But once you factorize, you don't get equality. You have an inequality there. So let's first start by factorizing. The process remains the same whether it is inequality or equality. The first thing is that you make it as simple to understand as possible, and the way to do that is by factorizing. So the first thing I'll do is I'll try to factorize this. How do I factorize it? Whenever I see a polynomial equation like this, I go like, oh my god, it is so difficult, I can't possibly solve it. It is like kind of a difficult to do kind of equation. How do I even like start with it? I start with an easy hack. I try to put x equal to 1 or x equal to minus 1. It generally works. If it doesn't work, I put x equal to 2 or x equal to minus 2. If that also doesn't work, then I look at the coefficient. 35, then I'll try x equal to 5, x equal to minus 5, because 35 is a product of 5 and 7. If that also doesn't work, I'll start with x equal to 7 or minus 7. That is how I solve or factorize any polynomial equation. When you have polynomial equations, factorizing them quickly is very, very essential skill. And how you start, how you begin that factorization is also very important. So over here, I'll quickly start with the easiest to figure out. Whether it is 1 or minus 1, it is super easy to figure out. If I put 1, this will be 1 minus 3 minus 33 plus 35. 36 minus 36, true, it is equal to 0. So x minus 1 will be a factor of this cubic equation. So if x minus 1 is a factor of this cubic equation, let's try to find out the factors, other factors. What would the other factors be? So x minus 1 is the factor. I do this long division method to find the other factors. I put the entire cubic equation in. Okay, and then I put, okay, this is x square, so this is x cube minus x square, this cancels, plus minus 2x square minus 33 minus 2x square, so this is minus 2x, so this is minus 2x square plus 2x plus minus, so I have minus 35x plus 35, I go with minus 35. So I have that this is equal to, I can write this as x minus 1 into x square minus 2x minus 35. X square minus 2x minus 35, what gives me a product of 35 and a sum of 2? Well, not quite a sum of 2, but a difference of 2 is 7 and 5. And 7 and 5 multiplied together is 35. So I can say that this is x square minus 7x plus, okay, it's not writing over here. So I can write this as x square minus 7x plus 5x minus 35. Okay, I split it up that way so that I can factorize. Then I'll get this is x into x minus 7 plus 5 into x minus 7. So I finally get this is x plus 5 into x minus 7. So I can write that over here. This cubic equation is x plus 1, x minus 1 plus x plus 5 into x minus 7. Okay, this is the first step. In an inequality, in a cubic equality or cubic equation, this would have been enough. You have found the roots, of the cubic equation. Then you can say that x is equal to 1, x is equal to minus 5, x is equal to 7. But here this is not equality. You don't get points, you get ranges. So you have to figure out what are the ranges which satisfy this given inequality. So this is greater than 0. Now if this is greater than 0, you have to find which areas or which values of x would satisfy this given condition. So then I draw the real equation line. Do I consider all the points? No. I consider only the points which are of significance where the sign changes. What are the points at which the sign change? The roots of the equation are the points at which the sign changes. So I check for x equal to 1, x equal to minus 5 and x equal to 7. These are the areas or these are the points at which the sign will change. Now suppose that x is greater than everything. Okay, x is greater than 7. If x is greater than 7, this is positive, this is positive, this is positive. Is it greater than 0 in that case? Yes. So everything greater than 7 will be in the given range. Consider that you have from x is between 1 to 7. If it is between 1 to 7, would it be in the range? This will be positive, this will be positive, this will be negative. The product of positive, positive, negative, 2 positives into 1 negative, it is negative. So would the condition be met? No. So everything from 1 to 7 will not be in range. Consider, do I consider 0 to 1 or do I consider minus 5 to 1? 0 here is only for our sake to show the middle of the number line. Don't consider 0. You have to consider only between roots and the extreme points beyond the roots. So minus 5 to 1, what would be the values? If it is minus 5 to 1, again, between if it is minus 5 to 1, this is negative, this is positive, this is negative. Two negatives, one positive, negative into negative becomes positive, the overall expression becomes positive. So yes, this entire range is also acceptable. Now consider when it is less than minus 5. If it is less than minus 5, this is negative, this is negative, this is negative. Everything becomes negative. The product of three negatives is negative. So below minus 5 also is not within range. So exactly what is happening over here. Earlier till now we were factorizing the equation. After factorizing the equation, we were getting individual points as solution. X is equal to this, X is equal to that, that is the solution. Here we have not gotten points, we have gotten ranges. So what are the acceptable values? The acceptable values are between minus 5 to 1, okay, and between 7 and above. So 7 to positive infinity. These are the acceptable values of X. Now, the decision is, should we use the round bracket or should we use the square bracket? What does each one of these mean? The round bracket means that the start of the limit is not included in the range. That is, in this case, if I put like this, I am saying that 7 is not in the range. On the other hand, if I put something like this, the square bracket, I am saying that 7 is included in the range. In 7 to infinity, it is 2. So here, in this particular scenario, is are 1, minus 5 and 7 part of the range? See, if it is 1, this becomes equal to 0. But strictly greater than 0 is given over here, which means that 1, minus 5 and 7 are not part of the range. So then you will not use this square bracket, you should use this curved bracket. Same over here, 1 is not part of the acceptable range, so you should use the curved bracket. Similarly, minus 5 is also not part of the acceptable range, you should use the curved bracket. So this is union of these two is the area which is satisfying this given condition. Why did I put curved bracket for infinity? Infinity is part of the range. Infinity actually works, right? Anything beyond 7 is acceptable. So why a curved bracket for infinity? Infinity, positive or negative, it is not a number. So because it is not a number, it is not really a part of the set. So for infinity, irrespective of whether it is equal to, greater than or equal to, it only takes the curved bracket. Never put a square bracket for infinity. This is wrong. It only takes a curved bracket. Okay. This is your basic idea across about how to solve algebraic identities or expressions when there are inequalities involved. The other thing that you should need to know is that if I am cross multiplying, okay, how do I treat when I am cross multiplying across inequalities? Suppose I have that something which is of the sort where you have x square minus 4x plus 5 divided by x plus 7 into x minus 3, something like this, okay? And we have to figure out what values of x, this is greater than 0 or this is less than 0, okay? Now, when I am cross multiplying, okay, suppose this is not 0, suppose this is 1, because if I multiply with 0, it doesn't matter that much, but suppose this is 1, okay? If it is the case that this is 1, then what happens is that when I am cross multiplying the denominator over here, I am bringing and multiplying the denominator over here, I am basically multiplying across this inequality. When you are multiplying across the inequality, see if I multiply across equality, whatever the sign of what I am taking from denominator, numerator by denominator, if I bring the denominator up and multiply it over here, it doesn't matter what the sign of the denominator is. But in inequality it matters. When you are multiplying in an inequality, if the multiplier is negative, you have to flip the sign of the inequality. So if this value that you are multiplying both sides with is negative, then I have to flip the inequality. Then I say that if x plus 7 into x minus 3 is actually less than 0, if this is less than 0, if I know this is less than 0, then this greater than sign becomes replaced by less than sign. So then I will say that this x square minus 4x plus 5, whatever, whenever I am multiplying by a negative amount, a negative quantity, I have to flip the sign. This is the only thing you have to be very careful of when you are considering ranges. When you are considering ranges and simplifying the equation, when you are considering ranges while cross multiplying, figure out in this particular range is the denominator positive or negative, because that determines the sign of the equality sign. If the thing that you are multiplying across an inequality is negative, you have to invert the sign. So greater becomes lesser than, lesser becomes greater than. Okay, less than equal to becomes greater than equal to, greater than equal to becomes less than equal to. Okay, you have to just flip the sign, mirror flipping of the sign. Okay, any questions till now? Anybody didn't understand anything part till now? Okay. Okay, at what time live is going to end? Here we have about a few more questions. See, after inequalities, we have functions, and after functions, we have, that's about it. So this will be, it won't be very long, about half an hour more or so. And I'm sorry, I know a lot, this is like a slightly longish session as such, but algebra is a slightly longish topic. If we cut it into parts, again, that is not a very good thing. So that's why we are trying to finish all of it in one go. Okay, 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 all clear, so let's go. Okay, so this is something that a lot of people struggle, and while Maruti was also explaining, I heard people ask about how to deal with modulus in inequality. So what is modulus as such? See, modulus is basically a function which reduces the sign of the thing which is inside the modulus. So if you have -3 inside the modulus, it becomes 3. Whatever is put, positive, negative, the result is always positive. Okay, at least non-negative. So essentially a negative sign is removed. That is the function of modulus. So suppose if it is -3, it is 3. If it is +3 also, it is 3. If it is 0, it remains 0. So essentially only negative sign is removed by modulus. Now when you have modulus, and particularly you have modulus and equation, how do you deal with it? Before I come to x plus 5 and x minus 5 is less than 10, when you have modulus with equality sign, how do you deal with it? See, whenever you have any modulus, okay, suppose x plus 5, okay, modulus of x plus 5, the first thing that you have to do is basically you have to try to remove the modulus. Because I hate modulus, you can't operate when the modulus is there. The idea should always be to remove the modulus. Kuch bhi karke to remove it. So how do you remove the modulus? The idea to remove the modulus is that you consider cases. You consider the case when x plus 5 is greater than or equal to 0, and then you consider the case when x plus 5 is less than 0. When x plus 5 is greater than or equal to 0, the modulus does nothing. It is completely useless. So then you can say that if that is the case, x plus modulus of x plus 5 is equal to just x plus 5. I can just remove the modulus sign. It would not affect the result in any way. But when it is negative, it will invert the value inside the modulus, which will mean that the value will become now minus of x plus 5. Or I can rather write it as minus x minus 5. So when I want to remove a modulus, what I have to essentially do is create cases, a tree diagram. I have to create cases after cases so that I can remove the modulus, and then I will find the values that are there. Generally, what you should do when you are removing multiple modulus. So for example, over here, 2 moduluses are given. Suppose I had, forget inequality, suppose I have just equality sign. Okay, plus modulus of x minus 5 is equal to 10. Now I have to consider 2 values, whether x plus 5 is greater than 0 and x minus 5 is greater than 0. I have to consider both of these things. So the way to do it, I can consider 2 cases, 2 into 2 cases, 4 cases. But there is no need to consider 4 cases, because the chance that x minus 5 is positive and x plus 5 is negative does not occur. So there are some internally inconsistent cases which you can remove. So the smarter way of actually removing these kind of modulus is to consider regions. So then you start saying that the points of consideration which are of importance is f5 and beyond, and below 5 and minus 5 and below. So if there will be how many ranges or how many areas or cases to consider, this is one area or one case to consider when x is less than minus 5. This is the second case to consider when it is between minus 5 and 5. And this is the third case to consider when it is greater than 5. So again, instead of 4 cases, you are now down to 3 cases to consider. Okay. Now how do I then remove the modulus in this particular region? I consider the first region. The first region is when x is less than minus 5. When x is less than minus 5, this part is negative inside the modulus. So I'll say that the modulus will do the minus of whatever is inside. It will remove the sign. So if I remove the modulus, this is minus of x plus 5. Similarly, I'll say that 6x plus 5 is negative, x is negative, it is less than minus 5. X minus 5 will also be negative. So now again I have to take the modulus, I have to basically take the negative of the value inside it. So I will say this is plus of minus of x minus 5. Okay, this is equal to 10. So now I can, instead of an equation with modulus, I have an equation with just a simple equation without modulus. So with this one region, for this one region, I have gotten one equation. I can find this and I can find a kind of a impossible equation, in which case that it doesn't exist for this area, or I will find that okay, there are these particular, this is the value of x which is there, and then I will find some solution. So in this case, this is minus x minus 5 minus x plus 5, this is equal to 10. So I get this cancels this, so I get minus 2x is equal to 10, or x is equal to minus 5. So I get that x is equal to minus 5, but I've started by considering x is less than minus 5. So again I get no solution is possible. Okay. Then I do the same thing for the other regions. I continue solving till I get the possible values for which this condition is satisfied. Okay. Now consider for inequalities. What do you do for the inequalities? Nothing much different. Basically you put, instead of this equality sign, you have to just replace it with an inequality sign. Once you replace it with an inequality sign, you get the same thing. Okay. So here you have minus 5 plus 5 is less than 10. So again you will, over here you would have that okay, this is minus 2x is less than 10, or you can say that x is, when I am multiplying across an inequality, I have to flip the inequality. So instead of minus less than 10, when I am say dividing by minus 2 on both sides, this will become x, this will become minus 5, but this less than sign will get flipped and x has to be greater than minus 5. So what happens when I am dividing by a negative number or multiplying by a negative number, I have to flip the sign. So in this scenario, we started off assuming that x is less than minus 5. I am getting a result that x has to be greater than minus 5. This is internally inconsistent, which means that there is no solution in this particular range. One range is useless, it is not giving us any solution. I do the same for this second range, then I do the same thing for the third range. This is exactly what you have to do in modulus plus inequalities. Have patience, individually remove all of those modulus, consider all the different regions that are there. For each region, you will figure out whether the contents of the modulus are positive or negative. Remove the modulus based on whether it is positive or negative. Find out whether there is a valid solution. If there is no valid solution, say that this region does not give me any solution. Now we'll come to another property which is used often in conjunction with not just algebra inequalities, but all of algebra. And a lot of people don't even know where did this suddenly AMGM kahan se aa gaya, where we are discussing algebra and AMGM kahan se aa gaya. So this is basically the trick, okay? They ask you one thing and another thing is really needed to answer the question. So they will ask you something which is of the sort that, say 3a plus 7b is say equal to 13, okay? And they'll be asking you then that what is the value of yeah, 13 only, let it be 13. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So they'll give you some linear equation like this, and then they'll ask you what is the max possible value of a cube and b square. If something is like this is given, how do you answer it? I want you guys to attempt it. Let's try to see whether you guys can find an answer to this. If they give you a weird question like this, how do you find the answer to it? Logarithms, no, not this session, we'll do logarithms with modern maths. Otherwise, this would be too long a session, so we'll do logarithms with modern maths. AMGM application, but how do you do that? Basically over here, this requires the application of the AMGM property. So the AMGM property basically says that for all cases, arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. So whatever is the arithmetic mean, that has to be greater than the geometric mean. We have to use this property to find out the max value of a cube b square. This looks like an algebra question. A linear equation is given, you are asked to find the max value of a cube b square. So how does this progression and series part come over here? So arithmetic mean, I'll tell you, which is basically average. Arithmetic mean is the average of items. Average of items is greater than the geometric mean, which is basically geometric average. So if you have two items, okay, a plus b by 2 is the arithmetic average. What is the geometric average? Square root of ab is the geometric average. If there are three items, you have a plus b plus c. This is divided by 3. This is the arithmetic average. Cube root of abc. This is the geometric average. The idea is that this will always be greater than or equal to this. This will always be greater than or equal to this. You have to use this property to find the answer to this. So how do you do that? Was anybody able to do that? Okay, I'm not able to see the live chat properly, so I'll still answer. Okay, so how do you do that? See, ultimately we want to find an answer where I have a cube b square in the right hand side. So I want something where a comes 3 times and b comes twice. If a comes 3 times, then when I multiply it together, I'll get a cube, and b comes twice, I'll get b square. And I want a cube b square, right? So I will split this up, this 3a plus 7b part in such a way, such that I get a cube and I get b square. So I'll say that let's split this up into 5 terms, a plus a, and I don't want 7 terms of b, I want 2 terms of b. So I'll say that this is 7 by 2b plus 7 by 2b. This is equal to 13. So this is my first term, x1, x2 and so on. This is x3, x4, x5. This is the arithmetic mean of these 5 terms. This is the sum of these 5 terms. What would be the arithmetic mean of these 5 terms? The arithmetic mean of these 5 terms would be 13 by 5. This 13 by 5 is greater than or equal to what? It is greater than or equal to 5th root of this. So it will be greater than or equal to 5th root of a into 7b by 2 into 7b by 2, right? So I can take, now this is 5th root, I can take that this is 13 by 5 raised to 5 is greater than or equal to a cube into 49 by 4 b square, right? So what is a cube by b square? What is the max value of a cube by b square? This is less than or equal to 13 by 5 raised to 5 into 4 by 49. So this has to be less than 13 by 5 raised to 5 into 4 by 49. This is whenever you are given, okay, find the max value of a product, AMGM property. Find the min value of a sum, AMGM property. In either case, the same thing happens, okay. The arithmetic mean has to be greater than the geometric mean. So whenever the arithmetic mean has to be greater than the geometric mean, you use this AMGM property to find the max value of the product or the min value of the sum, okay. Any algebraic expression, when they are asking you, what is the min value of this algebraic expression, and the expression has sum of items, then you think that, okay, the sum of items min value, I can find the geometric mean. The geometric mean will give the minimum value of this particular sum of items. If it is given product of algebraic terms, the maximum value of a product of algebraic terms will be the minimum value of the arithmetic mean of those terms. So that is basically how you use the AMGM property to solve these questions. Any doubts, anything till now? Okay, so let's go to the next question. So we have some questions on it and Maruti will be helping you with them. Okay.
Okay guys, we have 259 likes. We are maybe in the last 1 hour of the stream. We need 41 more likes. Please do like this stream, guys, and if you have any doubts with respect to your CAT preparation, feel free to ask me in the chat. PS is saying, can you explain the last step again? The next two doubts that we have will be on the same thing that she mentioned earlier about AM and GM property. So let us solve them, then you'll get a good understanding. In this kind of equation, the thing that you need to do is factorize this cubic equation. Then it will give you a good start. Whenever you're given this kind of a thing, you need to factorize, otherwise it is tough to figure it out. I think Tricks and Tracks, Jagat Raidu, Sonima Dwivedi, Vedantika, all of these guys have gotten it correct. Akaju, Venkat Sai Kiran also got it correct. Vikas Chaudhary also got it correct. Well done, guys. But try to give the explanation also. No? If you just give the option, it is you're only going to get half the points. If you give the explanation, then I'll be even better, even more happy. I think there are around 10 seconds left before I start the solution. Okay, let us solve this question, guys. So here we are given an inequality. We are asked to calculate the solution set of this inequality. What is the solution set? We are required to calculate all the values of x for which this inequality is true. Whenever you are given a cubic equation, we need to factorize it, and to factorize it, you want to first figure out one value of x for which this inequality or this expression is equal to 0. So substitute the value of x to be equal to 1. We are just trying to guess one value. If you put x is equal to 1, this is 1 cube minus 5 plus 8 minus 4, which is equal to 0. This would imply that for this cubic expression, x minus 1 is a factor. So once you know that x minus 1 is a factor, let us try to factorize it. If you are trying to factorize it, we will write this as x cube minus x square, because I can take x minus 1 common. But here the quotient of x square is minus 5. So we are left with minus 4x square. And then I will add plus 4x, because again from these two terms I want to take x minus 1 common, but the coefficient of x is 8x. I used only 4x, so I'm left with plus 4x, and I'll have minus 4 over here. This is basically just the expression that we have. It is just that I split some of the terms so that I can take x minus 1 common. Why do I take x minus 1 common? Because I already know that x minus 1 is a factor. Now if I write this is x minus 1 into x square minus 4x plus 4. And I know this x square minus 4x plus 4 is x minus 2 whole square. So the expression that I have is x minus 1 into x minus 2 whole square is greater than 0. This is the expression that I have. Now first thing I know is this is strictly greater than 0. This is not greater than or equal to 0. So x cannot be equal to 1 and x cannot be equal to 2. Now if x is not equal to 2, x minus 2 whole square is a perfect square. It is always greater than 0 if x is not equal to 2. Therefore the given inequality essentially becomes equal to x minus 1 is greater than 0 or x is greater than 1. But note that x cannot be equal to 2, because when x is equal to 2, this expression becomes equal to 0. So the values that x can take are, it will be from 1 to 2 and from 2 to infinity. That is, x can take any value which is greater than 1 for the exception of 2. So the answer for this question is option B. Let me look at the chat. And after that, I'll go to the next question. This is the equation. This is the question where we are talking about arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. Yeah, Jagat Raidu, Akoja, Venkat Sai Kiran, all of them got it correct. Sri Hari Rajeshwar also got it correct, and he also gave a good explanation. Well done, guys. This is not a very difficult question. This is basically what Sayali was teaching earlier. Yeah, many people got it correct. Rubal Yadav, Tricks and Tracks, Nitin Chanakya Gundam, Hajik Magre, Quartz Akriti Agarwal, Jagat Raidu, all of these guys have gotten it correct. Very well done. Medify you is asking, sir, is there any other way to factorize? Basically, you have to guess. Whenever you're given a cubic equation, you have to guess one of the roots. You have to use trial and error. You can substitute the value of x to be 1, minus 1, 2, minus 2, and continue to increase like that. At some point, you will get the value to be equal to 0. Then you can factorize that expression out. So suppose you know that minus 2 is a factor. Then you try to factorize out x plus 2. If you get 2 as a factor, then you factorize out x minus 2, and so on. $33 likes more, guys, to hit 300. Please do like. Okay. Let us try to solve this question. In this question, we are told that x plus y is equal to 10. X and y are positive. We are required to calculate the maximum value of x cube plus y square. So here we are given a sum. We are given x plus y is equal to 10. And we are asked to calculate the maximum value of x cube into y square. For this kind of a question, we will be using arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. And here the power of x is 3, the power of y is 2. So we'll split x from this equation into 3 parts, and we'll split y from this equation into 2 parts. Essentially, this equation will write as x by 3 plus x by 3 plus x by 3 plus y by 2 plus y by 2 is equal to 10. It is basically just this expression. Now we'll use the arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean on these 5 terms, which is 3 plus 2. X by 3 plus x by 3 plus x by 3 plus y by 2 plus y by 2 divided by the total number of terms is 5 is greater than or equal to the product of all of these 5 terms, which will be x by 3 3 times, which is x cube by 27, into y by 2 2 times, which will be y square by 4, whole to the power 1 by 5, because there are 5 terms. This is basically arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. Now the numerator over here, we know the value of this numerator. This numerator is equal to 10. 10 divided by 5 is 2. So 2 is greater than or equal to x cube y square divided by 27 into 4 is 108, whole to the power 1 by 5. Now if you raise both sides to the power 5, left hand side will be 2 to the power 5, which is 32. 32 is greater than or equal to x cube y square divided by 108. So the maximum value of x cube into y square will be 32 into 108, which is equal to 3456. And what is the value of x for which, and what is the value of y for which this equality occurs? The equality occurs when this equality occurs, and this equality will occur if all the terms in this numerator are the same. That is, when x by 3 is equal to y by 2, or x is equal to 3y by 2. So x has to be, because we know that x plus y is 10, x has to be equal to 6, y has to be equal to 4. So when x is 6 and y is 4, we will get the maximum value of x cube into y square, and it will equal 3456. Let me look at the chat before we go to the next question, which also is on arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. Hi, I was asking, after knowing that one root is suppose 1, then x minus 1 is a factor, you make cubic equation to quadratic equation 2 variable. Is there any other way? Once you know that one of the roots is a factor, basically you have to always, whenever you are having a higher power of x, you have to take the next highest power of x in such a way that you will be able to factorize x minus 1. For example, while guys are trying to solve this, suppose you have some random cubic equation, x cube minus 54x square plus 55x minus 2. Suppose this is a cubic equation. I just put 1 minus 54 plus 55 minus 2, this will equal 0. That is the reason I wrote it. We know that x minus 1 is a factor. How do you know that x minus 1 is a factor? We know that x minus 1 is a factor because if you put x is equal to 1, this is becoming equal to 0. So if I want to factorize x minus 1 out, I will first have to take x cube. But x cube minus what should I use so that I can take x minus 1 out? X cube has to come with x square. Now I'll take x square common and it will become x square into x minus 1. But the coefficient of x square is minus 54. I just used 1 minus x square. I'm left with another minus 53x square, which I'll put over here. And if I want to again take x minus 1 common out, this has to be plus 53x. Because now I can take 53x common and it will be x minus 1. But the coefficient of x is 55. Here I have only 53. So I am left with plus 2x. And now the last term is minus 2. From these two, this is x square into x minus 1. This is minus 53x into x minus 1. And this is 2 into x minus 1. So this is basically equal to x square minus 53x plus 2 into x minus 1. I hope you understood it better with this example. Just give me 1 minute, guys.
Okay, guys. Okay, I don't know exactly this. I'll answer a few questions till Maruti comes back.
Sorry. Okay, guys. Sorry, I had to take a call. Okay. So these are the positive numbers. There are 4 numbers, P, Q, R, S. And we are told that P plus Q plus R plus S is 30. We are asked to calculate the maximum value of P plus 1 into Q plus 2 into R plus 3 into S plus 4. So basically we have 4 numbers, P, Q, R and S. They are totaling up to 30. Now we are asked to calculate the maximum value of P plus 1 into Q plus 2 into R plus 3 into S plus 4. When you get this kind of a question, you should immediately think that, okay, this has probably something to do with arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. because basically what we have is the sum of 4 variables and we are asked to calculate the product of 4 terms. Now, how do we go about it? Here we have P, but here we have P plus 1. Here we have Q, here we have Q plus 2. Here we have R and here we have R plus 3. Here we have S and here we have S plus 4. The way to go about it is take the initial equation and just try to change it a little. So instead of P plus Q plus R plus S, we can write this as P plus 1 plus Q plus 2 plus R plus 3 plus S plus 4. This will equal 30 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is 40. So essentially the equation that we have, we can change it a little to get a new equation, which is that P plus Q plus R plus S, the sum of these 4 is 30, plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. So overall, the sum or the equation, the sum of the 4 terms that we have is equal to 40. Now if you assume that P plus 1 is a new variable, just for the sake of understanding, say P1. Q plus 2 is say Q1. R plus 3 is equal to R1 and S plus 4 is equal to S1. If you assume that these are 4 new variables, what we have over here, this equation is P1 plus Q1 plus R1 plus S1 is equal to 40. This is the product of, this is the sum of the 4 numbers. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the maximum value of the product, which is P1 into Q1 into R1 into S1, which is basically P plus 1 is P1, Q plus 2 is Q1, R plus 3 is R1 and S plus 4 is S1. Now we'll use the arithmetic mean is greater than or equal to geometric mean. P1 plus Q1 plus R1 plus S1 divided by 4 is greater than or equal to P1 into Q1 into R1 into S1 to the power 1 by 4. This is 40. 40 divided by 4 is 10. 10 is greater than or equal to the product P1, Q1, R1, S1 to the power 1 by 4. Or the product itself, P1, Q1, R1, S1 is less than or equal to 10 to the power 4. So the maximum value of this P1, Q1, R1, S1 is equal to 10 to the power 4, which is 10,000. So the answer for this question is option B, 10,000. Let me look at the chart before.
Okay, so before we go on to functions, one thing that I'd like to mention to all those guys who are preparing. So if you're looking for guidance or like a peer community for you to ask questions, get your doubts cleared, etc., do check out our Reddit community, which is the CAT study room. There are like a lot of thousands of students who are preparing for CAT like you. It's a respectful community, and any doubts you might have or any questions about strategy, or even if you want to discuss dash cats or how you did in that, you can go over to Reddit and discuss that. Having a community of peers is always very motivating when you feel that, okay, if you feel that this journey to cracking CAT is a bit lonely, having friends who are doing the same thing as you always helps. So do check out our Reddit community, which is CAT study room. So let's go on to functions. Functions basically is one of those topics which a lot of people struggle in, because they don't know how to get started in it. It just seems like, okay, how do I even get started in these kind of this? So basically there are 3 main methods of solving functions questions. First, the easiest way to solve functions questions is, functions basically, first let me tell you what is a function. So till now you have had like algebraic identities, quadratic equations, linear equations, everything, right? The same thing as an equation, if instead of putting equal to 0 or equal to anything, or even inequality, if I just put f of x to the right of it, okay, this becomes a function. So if it's a linear function, it is say 3x plus 5. If it's a quadratic function, it becomes say x square plus 7x plus 12. It becomes a polynomial function, you can have anything. So essentially till now we were discussing equations, equalities and inequalities, and then we would have a right hand side term which would be a constant. We'd tell, okay, this is the, like, this is equal to 0 or that is equal to 5 or whatever. Instead of having all of that, you just put f of x is equal to this at the start, and then you have something which is called as a function. You can essentially you can map the function exactly like you would map an equation, because if I was trying to draw a equation, if I was trying to graph this function as such, again I will get a parabola only. So here the x-axis will be x and the parabola will be the f of x. So function is nothing other than a way, a pointer towards an equation, a pointer towards an algebraic expression. So f of x stands for an algebraic expression. So over here, whatever is the variable that you're considering has to be inside here, f of x. If it's a equation with more than one variables, both f of x and y have to be inside it. So then you say that, okay, f of x and y, x comma y, is x square plus xy plus y square. So essentially you say that this is a function of x and y and this is the value defined for it. Again, basically it's like you can define it as a relation between the input versus output. Okay, given an input there is an output. In set theory there is something which is called relations, where you have a input set and it maps to an output set. Whatever the values 1, 2, 3, etc., they map to a particular output as such. But this mapping of input and output can be many to one and one to many. When it is one to many, that multiple values are possible, it is just a relation. But if it is strictly to one only, that is one value maps to one value, another value can map to the same value, but as long as the output is unique for a given input, as long as there is only one output for any input, then it's a function. So how can you tell whether it's a function or not? See, if f of 1 is either 4 or 5, it is not a function, because a function can have only one value. So f of 1 has to be equal to 4. This is basically the definition of what a function is. So function is not like a completely like a different concept till now. Whatever till now you have been learning about algebra, just put it to the right hand side, f of x to the left hand side, that's a function. That's it. Now how do you actually solve for functions, or how do you actually find values in functions? The same way till now you have been solving. Factorize whenever needed, whenever there's a polynomial equation or there's a quadratic equation, factorize. But sometimes nothing in terms of quadratic is given. You are rather asked to find the values of function in relation to other function values. So they will give you something like this, where say f of x plus 2, that is the x plus 2th term, is the sum of the x plus 1 term plus f of x. Okay. So here you are basically saying that whatever is the first value when x is equal to 1, that value f of 1, f of 2 is f of 3 is f of 2, like f of 3 is basically f of 2 plus f of 1, f of 4 is f of 3 plus f of 2, f of 5 is f of 4 plus f of 3 and so on. So this is basically what kind of a series is this called. There's a word for this kind of series. It's called a Fibonacci series. So essentially these kind of functions are hardest to solve because there is no clear algebra over here. But even though there is no clear algebra, the methods to solve it are very clearly defined. First, the easiest method to solve these kind of functions is substitution. That is, you try by substituting. So you say that, okay, f of 3 is f of 1 plus f of 2, right? F of 1 is given, f of 2 is given. So f of 1 is 1, f of 2 is 2. F of 3 will be the sum of the first two terms, so this will become 3. F of 4 will be the sum of f of 3 and f of 2. So this is the sum of these two terms, so this becomes 5. The next term is the sum of these two terms, it becomes 8, and so on. So over here, the way to finding the answer, if you are asked, okay, what is f of 11, is just through incremental substitution. You try to find the sequence and try to find any pattern in the sequence and you will get the term. There is nothing really much to it rather than trying to convert the function, the definition of the function into a sequence, finding the pattern of the sequence and continuing till you get the required answer. The other part is basically where the pattern is like not incremental substitution, but you have to find a pattern by looking at the equation itself. So consider like the pattern over here. Suppose the pattern is like this, okay? 2 times f of x is f of x plus 1 plus f of x minus 1. That is the term, the function value of f of x. This is the f of x minus 1 and f of x plus 1, this one is twice the sum of these two. So you can say that it is like the average. F of x is essentially average of these two. Now f of x is average of the first term, the previous term and the succeeding term. If it is the average of the previous term and the succeeding term, it is kind of like an arithmetic mean, right? It is the arithmetic mean of the previous term and the succeeding term. So this forms an arithmetic progression. So then you can say that this function essentially is in the form of an arithmetic progression. We are finding terms which are forming a pattern of an arithmetic progression. In this arithmetic progression, the third term, 1, 2, 3, third term is 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, fifth, seventh term is 13, and it is basically an arithmetic progression where these are the jumps in the arithmetic progression. From that I can find that, okay, 5 plus 13, there are 1, 2, 3, there should be 3 jumps. So 5 plus 6, 3 times d is equal to 13. So the common difference has to be 2. So this is like 7, 9, 11, 13 and so on. Now I found my arithmetic progression, I can then go on find the value of whatever function value it is asking. So over here also I'm again finding the pattern in that particular function. I'm trying to find what is the order in which the function progresses. Is there a progression? Is this a series that I can use? Sometimes the progression is not immediate. It is not apparent what the progression is. Therefore, like for example, if it is given something which is like say, where it is not immediately apparent what the next term is, you are just given like that the difference is not immediately apparent that this is like some kind of a arithmetic progression or something like that. But in such cases also, try to figure out the terms of the series, try to see if there is any pattern. Once you identify the pattern, you will then be able to say that, okay, the pattern is like this. If the pattern indicates that the common difference is not a constant, but the common difference of common difference is constant. For example, if I say that if you have say 1, 3, this is 2, then this is say 7, then this is say 13 and so on. Here the common difference is 2, here the common difference is 4, here the common difference is 6 and so on. So then I can say that, okay, the common difference is not constant, but the difference between the common difference is constant. So that would indicate that, okay, this is a pattern, but how do I figure out what kind of pattern it is? It is a second order pattern. There is a second order pattern to it, which means that this will be a quadratic function. Then I can say that f of x will be of the form x square has to be there, then I will get this quadratic pattern. So then I'll say that f of x is of the form ax square plus bx plus c. Then I'll try to find the values of a, b, c such that they fit this particular pattern. I can do that by putting values of 1, 2, 3 as x, trying to see what values of a, b, c I get corresponding to that, solve those equations, get the function, then I can solve the function, whatever is asked in the functions. See, idea is that use that intermittent, use incremental substitution to find it, or try to find a pattern. Based on the pattern, you can find the next term of the function. The next one is making linear equations. This is basically the hacky way of solving for functions, where functions are defined as basically subparts of other functions. So for example, if it is given that, okay, f of x is f of x minus 1 and f of x plus 1 or something like that. The idea should be that you convert or replace one of these functional values into variables. So say that, okay, this is 2 times and 3 times. So instead of having f of x minus 1, I'll just replace it and I'll say that this is a. So this is 2 times a plus 3 times b. By using such kind of replacements, what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to create two linear equations. Once I have those two linear equations, I can solve for them, get a solution and get a value for the function as such. The idea should be that I use the functional equations that are there to create linear equations. I solve for those linear equations and then I get an idea of what the function actually is. So these are the three methods that are the most common methods to solve for functions questions. Functions questions are mostly trial and error. There is no direct hack to solving functions questions. Most of them are trial and error. But these three methods are the ones that work the best for us. Okay, I'll give you a question. I think the best way to understand or how to solve this is basically trying to answer questions. So take a look at this question and I'll give you time to solve it.
Thank you. Okay guys, how many likes do we have? I hope we reach the target of we have 280, man. We just need 20 more likes. Ayush Shandilia, if I buy Cracku test series today, will I still get access to all the past mocks that have already been conducted or just the upcoming ones? Anybody who enrolls to the Cracku mocks will get access to all the mocks and the sectionals. That is, you will get access to 20 dash cats. 10 have already happened. You will get access to them as well as the upcoming 10. You will also get access to the head start mocks and you will get access to the sectionals. They are all very good and all of them have detailed video solutions. I would definitely recommend you to enroll to the Cracku dash cats. Guys, please do like the stream. We are very close to getting 300 likes. Okay, let us get started, guys. Here, we are told that f of x is ax square plus b into modulus of x plus c and f of 0 is equal to 4. Once you are told that f of 0 is equal to 4, you know that what is the value of f of 0? F of 0 is equal to c. Now c is equal to 4. So f of x is equal to ax square plus b times modulus of x plus 4. What is the value of f of 2 is equal to f of 3 is equal to minus 2? So we are going to get two more equations, one of them in A, one of them in B. So let us try to substitute the fact that f of 2 is equal to minus 2. If f of 2 is equal to minus 2, what we are going to get is 4a plus 2b plus c, but c is equal to 4, plus 4 is equal to minus 2. 4a plus 2b plus c is 4 is equal to minus 2. So 4a plus 2b is equal to minus 6, or 2a plus b is equal to minus 3. Similarly, f of 3 is equal to minus 2. If f of 3 is equal to minus 2, we will substitute a value of x to be equal to 3. And we are going to get 9a plus 3b plus 4 is equal to minus 2. Or 9a plus 3b is equal to minus 6. We can divide the entire equation with 3. So 3a plus b is equal to minus 2. So we have 3a plus b is equal to minus 2. If you substitute one equation from the other, we are going to have a is equal to 1, b will be equal to, this is 1, so 2, b is equal to minus 5, and we know the value of c is equal to 4. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the sum of the squares of the roots of f of x is equal to 0. So what is the value of f of x? F of x is x square minus 5 times modulus of x plus 4. This is what we have. X square minus 5 times modulus of x plus 4 is equal to 0. Here we are having a quadratic equation not in x. We are having a quadratic equation in modulus of x. Because if you assume that modulus of x is equal to p, what we have is p square minus 5p plus 4 is equal to 0. This is p minus 1 into p minus 4 is equal to 0. So p is either 1 or p is 4. But what is p? P is modulus of x. So modulus of x is either 1 or modulus of x is 4. So either x is 1 or minus 1, or x is 4 or minus 4. So we have 4 possibilities for x. What is the sum of the squares? What is the square of 1? It is 1. What is the square of minus 1? Again it is 1. What is the square of 4? It is 16. And what is the square of minus 4? That also is 16. So the sum of the squares is 34. So the answer for this question is option C. Let me look at the chat and then go to the next question. Yeah, many people have gotten it correct. One second. Yeah. This is a lengthy question. It has 3 minutes. I hope you don't get timed out. Let me look at the chat in the meantime. We have 284 questions. Guys, we are reaching the end of the stream. I need 16 more likes. We'll all feel very good if we hit our target of 300 likes. Just 16 more likes are needed. Nice, Dubai saying, sir, I'm stuck in 40 marks. In marks, what to do to improve to take it to 80 to 90 marks? Basically, the way you have to look at it is, if you're getting 40 marks and if you want to improve more, you have to have a section by section strategy. You should have a strategy for improving in quant. You should have a strategy for improving in verbal. You should have a strategy for improving in LRDA. And you don't need to improve quite a lot. From each of these sections, you should get maybe 5 to 10 marks more. That is, if you think about it, if you increase the number of questions you solve or the number of questions you attempt in every section by say 2 or 3, that is sufficient. That should be your strategy, and that is how I think you should break down your targets. Vedantika is saying, sir, my VRC scores are in the range of 32 to 35. QA is between 21 to 25. Struggle with calculation. However, I score single digits in DLR. I've started solving DLR, PYCS questions. Should I solve Sudoku, sir? I would say solve Sudokus for fun. They will help you a little. But what you're doing right now, I think, is the best thing that you can do. If you're solving the previous year's papers of Sudoku, previous year's papers of LRDA, I think you're definitely on the right track. I would recommend any serious aspirant to finish the previous year's papers from CAT 2017 till CAT 2024. All the slots, all the LRDIs. And you know where you can download the previous year's papers. You have to just search for Cracku CAT previous papers on Google, and you will get the link for downloading the previous year's papers. I would say that the previous year's papers PDFs on Cracku are definitely much better, because in every question you have a button where once you click on it, you will be redirected to the video solution. So definitely do check out the previous year's papers. Like Vedantika is saying, in my opinion also, that is the best way in which you can improve in LRDI very quickly. Okay guys, this is a lengthy question. Let us get started. What we are told is we are given a function f of x such that f of x plus y is 6 to the power y into f of x plus 6 to the power x into f of y. We are told that f of 4 is 36. We are asked to calculate the value of f of 6 divided by f of 5. So the strategy for this is very simple. We have to first calculate the value of f of 6. We have to calculate the value of f of 5. We have the value of f of 4. So if you are looking at what is given, we have to calculate the value of f of 2 and f of 1 to answer this quickly. So let us assume that f of 2 plus 2, which is basically f of 4, if you are just substituting this equation, is equal to 6 to the power 2 into f of 2 plus 6 to the power 2 into f of 2. We are just substituting from this equation. F of 4 is known to us. This is 36. So 36 is equal to 36 times f of 2 plus 36 times f of 2. Or the value of f of 2 is equal to 1 by 2. Once you have f of 2, you can immediately calculate the value of f of 6 from f of 4. But let us also calculate the value of f of 1 because we need to calculate the value of f of 5. F of 1 plus 1 is f of 2. This is equal to 6 to the power 1 into f of 1 plus 6 to the power 1 into f of 1. Or 1 by 2 is equal to 12 times f of 1. So f of 1 is equal to 1 by 24. Now we need to calculate the value of f of 5. F of 5 is f of 4 plus 1. This is equal to 6 to the power 4 into f of 1 plus 6 to the power 1 into f of 4. 6 to the power 4 is 1296. So this is 1296 into f of 1 is divided by 24 because f of 1 is 1 by 24. And 6 into f of 4 is 36. 1296 divided by 24 is, we can calculate this is 54 plus 216, which is equal to 270. So f of 5 is 270. What is f of 6? We'll just substitute f of 4 plus 2. F of 4 plus 2 is 6 to the power 4 into f of 2 plus 6 square into f of 4. This is 1296 divided by 2 plus 36 into 36, which is basically again 1296. So this is basically equal to 1296 into 3 by 2. Because this is 1296 by 2 and this is 1296. This is f of 6 and this is f of 5. So what is the ratio of these two? The ratio of these two is 1296 into 3 divided by 270 into 2. This is 90. You can divide this with say 2. This is 648. This will go away. This is 72 and this is 10 if you are dividing both of them by 9, or this is 36 divided by 5. So the answer for this question, like I mentioned earlier, it is a lengthy question, is option C, which is 36 by 5. Let me look at the chart before going to the next question. This is a question from CAT, I think 2022. Interesting question, which is why I would want you to solve it. Guys, we are at 293. Come on, just 7 more. I think 8 more needed. 8 more likes needed. Just get it liked by your friends. Post it in any group, any CAT preparing group. Okay. A and A creations. Sir, I've studied arithmetic and algebra, but need to revise again as I'm not able to score much in mocks. Should I practice on alternate days like arithmetic and algebra? Please guide. I would say don't. If you have already studied both of them, don't fixate on any one particular day for one particular topic. If you get questions from combined both arithmetic and algebra, I think it is a better way in which you can practice. Because if you know that, okay, today I'm going to solve arithmetic, and you know that the question is from arithmetic, that benefit will not be given to you in the actual mock. When a question is given, you don't know whether it is from arithmetic or algebra, right? When you first look at it, you have to figure it out. So I would say that at this point of time, if you have already studied arithmetic and algebra, and if you are looking to practice, try to practice combined both of them in a single day. The way to go about it is different. I would say that try to solve questions from sectionals, quant sectionals, try to take the quant sectionals regularly. That I think is a good way to practice. Okay, we got 298 like guys. It is not 8 more likes, it is just 2 more likes. Who will be the guy who likes it, the 300th like? Okay guys, we hit our target. I think we should all be very proud of ourselves. Target is hit. Well done. Okay, let us get started with this question. This is, like I mentioned, this is a question from CAT 2022. We are looking for the largest real value of A, for which the equation modulus of x plus A plus modulus of x minus 1 is equal to 2 has an infinite number of solutions for x. What does this mean? How does this actually look? The way it should look is, this modulus, one of them should be positive and one of them should be negative, so that the value of x gets like eliminated or cancelled. For example, there are 4 possibilities right now. Either x plus A is positive and x minus 1 is positive, or x plus A is negative, x minus 1 is positive, or x plus A is negative, x minus A is negative, or x plus A is positive and x minus A is negative. These are the 4 possibilities. One of them is positive, one of them is negative. So overall there are 4 cases. If you look at all the 4 cases, you will get an expression on the left hand side and the right hand side will be 2. But essentially what we are saying is that in that expression, the value of x should get cancelled. Then we will have infinite solutions. If the value of x does not get cancelled, we won't have infinite solutions. What I mean by that is, again, let us look at the first case. Suppose x plus A is positive and x minus 1 is positive. Then the given equation basically means x plus A, this is case 1, plus x minus 1 is equal to 2. So the value of 2x is equal to 3 minus a, or the value of x is 3 minus a by 2. Now whatever is the value of a, we'll have one value for x. We won't have infinite solutions. A we don't know, but once the value of a is fixed, there is only one solution for x. X has to be 3 minus a by 2. So this is not the case we are talking about. If you are looking at case 2, suppose x minus a is negative, but x minus 1 is positive. Then the given expression would be minus x minus a plus x minus 1 is equal to 2. Here note that minus x and plus x gets cancelled. Now the equation is that a is equal to minus 3. So when a is equal to minus 3, any value of x will satisfy this given equation. What do I mean by it? Any value of x will satisfy it in certain intervals. I will show you how. When a is equal to minus 3, this given inequality will be modulus of x minus 3 plus modulus of x minus 1 is equal to 2. What I mean by this is, when this is negative and when this is positive. That is, if x minus 3 is negative and x minus 1 is positive, any value of x will satisfy this given inequality, this given equation. That would happen if x is lying between 1 and 3. If x is lying between 1 and 3, x minus 1 is positive, x minus 3 is negative. So this given modulus basically becomes equal to 3 minus x plus x minus 1 is equal to 2, which is anyways the case. We are essentially getting 2 is equal to 2. You can put any value of x in this interval. You can put x is equal to 2, x is equal to 1.5, x is equal to 2.5. Any value of x in this given interval will satisfy this given inequality. So essentially what we are saying is, when a is equal to minus 3, this given equation has infinite solutions. But is a equal to minus 3 the only such case? It won't be the case. We can look at case 3 over here, when both of them are negative. When both of them are negative, the given equation becomes equal to minus x minus a plus 1 minus x is equal to 2. Or the value of x, 2x, becomes equal to minus a minus 1, or the value of x is minus a minus 1 by 2. This has one specific value of x. Whatever may be the value of a, there is only one value of x for which this equation is valid. That is not what we are looking for. We are looking for infinite values of x, where basically the term that is containing x should get cancelled. Let us look at the last case, case 4. In the fourth case, that is in this case, we want x plus a to be positive and x minus 1 to be negative. So this will become equal to x plus a plus 1 minus x is equal to 2. Again the x term is getting cancelled and the value of a is equal to minus 1. Sorry, the value of a is equal to plus 1. A plus 1 is equal to 2, so the value of a is 1. So when a is equal to 1, again there will be an interval for which this equation will have infinite solutions. Just for the sake of completeness, that will be modulus of x plus 1 plus modulus of x minus 1 is equal to 2. Now we want this to be positive and this to be negative. So x has to lie between minus 1 and 1. When x is lying between minus 1 and 1, the first modulus will be positive and the second modulus will be negative. Pick any number in this particular range. If you put this to be say 0 or 0.5 or 0.6 or minus 0.5, for all of them this equation is valid. So we have two values of a, either a is minus 3 or a is 1, for which this is true. And we are looking for the largest such value. So the largest such value will be option C, which is 1. Let me look at the chat before going to the next question. Okay guys, we have a batch that is starting tomorrow. But if you're not looking for a batch, if you're looking for mocks also, I would say definitely do check out the Dash Cats. We have this 85 days to CAT sale that is happening. You can just send us a mail at support@cracku.in if you have any doubts with respect to any of our courses. I would say that these are the last 85 days and I want you to put in full effort in these 85 days. What I can promise you is that if you put in the effort, you will improve significantly. Many students ask me, okay sir, there are just 85 days left. Can I get 99.5 percentile or 99.8 percentile? What I can't tell you is, without knowing where you are right now, I can't promise that okay, you will hit 99.8 or 99.9. I don't know that. It depends. If somebody is already doing well, if somebody is in the range of say 95, 96, they can definitely aspire to get a very good score. But what I can promise you is, irrespective of where you are right now, if you put in the effort, you will improve significantly. So somebody who is not started yet, also if they put in the effort, they can improve significantly. Whether they can reach 99.8, 99.9 or 99 plus is dependent on where they are right now. But wherever you are right now, these 85 days will help you improve a lot. So I would want you to put in the effort and make the best use of this remaining 85 days. There are 2 questions left, guys. I'll just put them up on the screen and I want you guys to attempt it. The person who comments first, we will pin those comments. This is the first question. This is the question number 22. We are given a f of x. We have to calculate the maximum value of it. And this is the second question. This also is an interesting question where you are given k. For people who can't see how it is written, this is the value of k. K is equal to y to the power 4 plus 1 by y to the power 4 plus 1 divided by y square plus 1 by y square plus 1. This is the value of k. Now, which of these 4 following values will k not be able to take? I'll show you the earlier question also once. This is question 22 and this is question 23. Please do leave your answers as a comment and all the best. Thanks guys for tuning in.